Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It is Tuesday, September 3rd already. Imagine that. 4:01 p.m. Call this meeting to order. I'll get the updated agenda. Let's see, this meeting is being audio-video recorded. Whatever you say or display will be shown on the town's YouTube channel. Please act accordingly. Comments through the chair, please, for our minutes maker when we get a new one. And can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Regular board, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Is Carrie on the Zoom? She's on the boat. Okay. Okay. Holly, if we could move Commissioner discussion number 1 to the tail end of the agenda for next time and then keep it there, that'd be great. Yeah, I meant to ask last time and I didn't. I'd like to pick that up at OFC. Let's see. Does anyone need to recuse from consent?
I do.
Ray and Vale. So conveniently, Connie and Joe will sit. Any questions on consents? Motion?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you very much. About consent with conditions, recusals?
I do.
Anyone else?
I want to pull one.
You want to pull one? Okay. So the board will be the same as for consents. Connie and Joe will be added. Angus, which one is it?
Number 6. It's 3 North Gully Road.
Love.
Or, I'm sorry, 7 North Gully.
7. Okay. 7 North Gully is number 6.
Yes.
So, I'm sorry, which one does he want?
It's number 6 on the consents with conditions. It
Okay.
says 3 North Gully, but then it says 7 North Gully Road, so.
Yeah, mine says, okay, so we'll pull that one. Do we have a motion on consents?
I'll move that other than number 6.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Let's pick up number 6.
Can I intervene just for a second? Because obviously it's Botticelli and Pole project. That's Lisa's project, and I know that Lisa's showing up for another project that's coming up under new business. Should we just hold it till then? Because I have no idea what's being
Yeah.
requested. I don't feel like I can represent it.
Not a problem at all.
Okay.
We will do that. She is number 7 under new business of August 6th. Okay, we're going to move on to signs, no quorum. Meeting continued, this 3-step lane sign. Old business, August 27th. Ray, you're actually chairing these two?
Yep.
126 Main?
Yeah.
Okay. So, both of these applications, same board, myself, Stephen, Abby, Val, Joe. Linda, you're here. So we're doing the cottage first, then the shed. Ethan's begging to go first?
She's not ready.
Yeah, okay, well, okay, you're next up at 14 Moore's End, right? Ethan?
Yes.
All right, so let's just wait a moment or two, yeah, okay. Just FYI, we're coming back to 126. We're gonna hear Ethan.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay, it's to you, Steve.
Ethan, why don't you go ahead once it's up there, kindly direct staff through the pages.
It's a new garage. I'm representing an architect who designed it. It's going where in the photograph, you can see new garage going there. So I'm here for comments.
And it's only 22 feet high.
This doesn't appear to
Garage
be
guest house.
reviewed by anyone.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. Holly, can you shed any light on that, just out of curiosity? What's that? Just there's no initials after that, either of these next three?
Probably
I really would only think that we didn't come up with putting the initials on,
Right.
or leaving them on, I should say, until after this date.
probably it.
So these are residual.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, we're just doing that for the feedback loop, so we can see who's not putting stuff on consent that needs to be, so we can publicly shame them.
All right, I did it.
Okay, Ethan, ready?
Yeah. New garage guest house.
That was all?
That's it.
Oh, you're here for
I'm
comments?
just here to
I
represent.
feel like I've been here for a minute. Okay.
Yeah, the architect.
I'm happy to go,
please,
Mr.
Val.
Chair. I think this is approvable as is. It's a small garage apartment, 22-something feet in height, super simple, not overwhelming to the house. I would make a motion to approve unless somebody has a issue that didn't look at it before.
That's a nice condition you placed on it. I just needed to please look at the site plan. That front entryway I thought was a little odd, but depending on where it is. Yeah, so blue won't really even be viewed obliquely just from
Oh,
the
so we can
side.
shame you?
Yeah, I'm open, hey, anything, I'm my hardest critic.
I
can take
have
anything you put
concerns with
out.
this one.
Angus?
So the siding is in front of the front door, and it seems awkward that what is really dominating this facade are the garage doors of the garage. And I think a better siding for this would be on the north side of the lot, on the other side of the house, and set back as much as it could. I understand why it's not behind the house, because that's where the pool is, but I think the north side would be better sided, where it could get at least in line or behind the facade on the north side. That's all, thanks.
Thanks, Angus. Anyone else?
Me.
Right?
So I share whoever it was is concerned, it may have been you, Stephen, on the entry porch.
Yeah.
It has no beam, it's like way above the header of the front door. The other thing that strikes me as very odd on this particular project is that these windows seem to be about the right height, but they're extraordinarily wide. It almost looks like they're 3.5 feet wide. So as a result of that, the panes are very close to being square. I wish that they were more vertically formatted, in other words, narrower. P.S. I do agree with Angus's issue on the siding, it being in front of the house. There's another example that I've been going by a number of times on Pulpus Road, where the guest house is literally right in front of the house, as seen from Pulpus Road. I'm hoping the vegetation will take care of that, but right at the moment, it looks really very bad. That's it, thank you.
Thanks. Abby, anything?
No, just pondering.
Okay. My comments mirror Ray's and Angus, so do you still want to ponder, or are you good?
Well, so I'm just looking at the visibility from the road and seeing what we'll see. So the park, you might see a bit of the parking, and then the garage, that garage with the hip roof.
The photograph says a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it just looks a little crowded in that corner. I think it's not a bad idea to put it to the left of the building if that was possible.
I'll ask. I mean, I'm here for just comments.
Right, but the architecture, I agree about the chiclet windows. Those could be probably more vertical, but,
I told them that could be a drawing error, but I told them they have to be vertical, not square.
Okay. Anything else, Abby?
no, no, appreciate the height.
Okay, so relocation, perhaps, uniformity in the fenestration, more typical, and at the very least, the height of the hip roofs are too high at the top plate.
Too steep.
Yeah.
Shallow.
No, the height of the wall. in front of them. Okay, motion for revisions?
Motion to hold for revisions.
All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, carries unanimously. Let's see, we'll do, I guess we're going to do 1 South, and then we're going to go back to 126. Is that what we agreed? Since Ethan's,
I was saying, could you do the beach stairs first, and then that hip roof last?
well, you're really
Stairs.
reaching. Jeez,
Oh, boy, now we're at the beach.
get out of here early for the last day of summer, huh? Yeah, Ethan, you're here, we'll just deal with it. But let's see what Fiona's ready for. 1 South Mill Street or 39 Winoma? Fiona's choice.
Well, when you hit
that yours?
the Winoma, it comes up as Chocala.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Why does it say beach chairs? I mean, beach stairs.
So it's a wrong listing, is that
It says
correct?
move shed on.
Yeah, that's an older application that was approved in consent. This one's beach stairs to replace a beach stairs that,
Is there some reason that those two sets of documents might be confused in the file?
no, I mean, it's filed so long ago.
Because we don't have the beach stairs.
Can
that
I-
okay?
Yeah,
Yeah, so we're gonna have to hold on that
Yeah,
one.
that's fine. We can
Okay, so we're
find out
going
where it
back
is.
to 1 South Mill. Do. We're letting the anticipation build for 126. No, believe me, I'm not. Ethan, where would you like to begin?
We want to change the roof
Okay.
by changing the pitch, and because of, it's a garage now, and we want, with insulation and all the stuff that has to go into it, it's just changing it to, from the 4 pitch to a 6 pitch, and from the 1 pitch to a, getting rid of the shed, just make it a hip to a hip. And adding those little doors in the back.
Okay, any questions for Ethan, I'm sorry, on this?
Nope.
Holly?
So this is a 1920s garage.
This is a 1920s garage. And I guess I was not sure about the roof change, because I do think it does alter its character-defining roof. So that would be my concern, understanding the reason for it and appreciate the retention of an existing built environment. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Mickey, you here?
I'm here, yep. Thanks,
Got
Stephen.
anything for us?
Yeah, a little bit. So this is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group. And that is myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, Sandy Kendall, and Diane Coombs. Regarding the roof on this, I think it's okay to increase the roof pitch a little bit. What I would like to see is a differentiation between the main roof and the side addition. So if the side addition goes to like a 4 pitch, the main could go to like a 5 or maybe the 6 as it's drawn. But I think there should be a difference between the two, not all of them at 6. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
One question, the reason why we did 6, because we had this problem with the Nantucket Hotel, when you have a 4 pitch with the red cedar, after a while it curls up.
Yeah.
When it's so shallow like that.
Yeah.
So by increasing it just a little bit, prevents that from happening. That's another reason, because we're changing from asphalt to wood.
Yep, okay. Who'd like to be on regular board?
I'll go.
Val?
I think it looks nice.
Okay.
I mean. it
Nice
could-
is inappropriate.
As appropriate, yes. I mean, look at, the whole building is getting saved and virtually nothing's changing except the roof, so I think it's okay.
Okay. Abby?
Yeah, that's true. I appreciate that we're saving the old garage. But I do think if if it's going to be added to, it would be nice to have sort of additive mass rather than keeping it at the same height as the original and make it a little subordinate.
Okay, thanks. Ray?
So there are a few things that I appreciate about this that is going to lead to the conclusion that I reach, which is, although I agree in principle with Mickey's comment about the differentiation of the roofs and the subordinate mass. Now, the subordinate mass, it's an asphalt roof right now, and I consider the move to wood as being a win. No roofer on earth is going to warranty a 1 in 12 roof pitch on a wood roof for just the reasons that Ethan has said. So in this particular case, I'm all right with the hips all over and those hips being at a 6 in 12 roof, which is the proper pitch to preserve the wood. That's what I have to say.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Angus?
Well, I appreciate the building being used. I guess I would rather see the original pitch kept. I've had decent luck with a lot of red cedar roofs at 4 pitch. So I don't have I guess I'd just rather it stay the same roof with the 4 pitch. But rather than doing like a rubber membrane with shingles that have, rot prematurely on that flat roof, I would be okay with that part getting hipped. But again, preferably with a 4 pitch. That's all, thank you.
Thank you. I agree with Ray's comments for the reasons he stated. What would we like to do?
Well, I'm going to hazard a motion to approve as submitted, see how that goes.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'll be an aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, so that carries unanimously. Let's move
Thank
back to 126.
Okay, so I believe everybody who needs to be here is here. Yeah, we were jumping all around. Okay, so Linda, this is the new cottage held over, I believe, from last week. Myself, Stephen, Abby, Val, Joe. Okay, let us know what you've done.
Oh, Joe, okay. Writing it down. We went and simplified it, which is what we were asked to do. We took off, it's still only 22 feet tall. We took off that front dormer, we lowered the eave on the left, we changed the 2 French doors on that right to 2 windows, that's where the kitchen is. It's still got gray trim, simple gambrel. It's a very large lot, and we're covering less than what's allowed. I know you don't care about that stuff. But it's also almost 100 feet off the street. So it's not part of the streetscape. Now, this bogus argument that just keeps coming up is that, I only have 1 copy here, but if you want to look at it and pass it down, that's great. This is all of the structures from the monument up to Caton Circle, and then some of the close-ups on the streetscape. The streetscape, the streetscape from Main Street all the way up close to Caton Circle, where it was a much later development up there, are cheek to jowl. Some of them barely get 10 feet apart. We're also 10 feet apart from 124, which is not that far apart from the other one, but their driveways are side by side. And as you go down Main Street, they are right on the street. Most of them are at 0 setback, if not over with their steps, but that's how it developed years ago. This argument about wrecking the streetscape is bogus, and it's a red herring, because this structure
Mr.
is
Chair,
so far
point of
back.
order.
Sarah, go ahead.
Was this material that Ms. Williams is discussing with the board right now provided in the packet?
Yes, these are just aerials for their
Hold on.
edification.
Linda?
Yeah.
Just give us a moment to conduct our process. Holly, are you familiar with these? Because I haven't looked at them yet, I'm still getting the documents.
They're pretty much the same as I already put in the file a long time ago. I'm just giving you a larger version because it's harder to read that minute detail on a small screen, but this is all in the file.
Okay, Linda, thank you. So Sarah, what we're looking at is purportedly in the file, and it is an aerial of Main Street, two versions showing,
No, it's two different maps, Steve. They start at the monument
it's
and then go all the
two,
way up.
Linda?
I am
Please.
chair.
Not the same version.
Please, it's two versions of the same map, one showing the house 126 and further up Main, and one showing the house and further down Main to the monument. So monument to monument on two aerials. We have a streetscape, we have two streetscapes, one taken from 126 and one taken from 124, looking down
Different directions.
Main.
Yeah.
That's what we have in front of us. I don't know if you have it in your file. Linda tells us it is in the file, and I'm willing to accept that at face value. However, if we find out after the fact that it wasn't, there will have to be some form of retribution.
Hey, Stephen.
Yeah, it's just very hard to participate remotely when you're not.
Sarah, okay, so
Yeah.
point of fact, I'm chairing this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And what I'm going, no, it's no problem.
Just throw it over
But I
there.
do think, let's strike
Go
this.
this way. No, I can
we're gonna-
loud
we're gonna
by
just
law to
strike it.
submit it at
Sa-
the meeting.
Linda,
It has to
don't
go that
argue
way.
with me. Don't argue with me.
I will
This
if
is
I have to
new,
go to appeal.
we'll consider that new admission. Strike it. Sarah does not have the benefit of seeing it. So continue your narrative, and then we can listen to Holly and to Mickey. Thank you.
All right, for the
Linda, go
record-
ahead. Go ahead.
I'm going to put that into exhibit for the file, because that's allowed at the meeting. I've already gone
That's
through the
fine
state.
after the fact, but right now,
Trying to
not
just go
everybody
that
is privy to
direction.
that information. Continue, please.
So all it is a map of what's going on from the monument all the way up.
Linda, stop. You know the rules. The rules are that all of the information that's to be discussed at a publicly noticed meeting such as this one
Yep,
will be in the packet before it goes to the meeting. This is being presented at the table. Sarah happens to be on Zoom. She doesn't have the benefit of seeing it. So let's please just continue. Okay,
okay.
go
Well, I'm
ahead.
going to go back to my explanation then, which I'm illegally allowed to do. From Main Street all the way up, the houses are very, very close together, and 90% of them, if not 95% of them, are at zero setback. That's the streetscape. There are, on Main Street, which is also in the packet from a while ago, but I just gave it back to you so you can see it again in large format. Most of the houses up there have another structure behind them, including next door to us at 128. They have a cottage and a garage, which are visible from the street. They're almost back, they're a little bit farther back, maybe 10 feet further back than where our cottage is going. Most of the houses on Main Street all the way up don't have large side yards. Even the 3 bricks, they have fairly sizable rear yards, but they don't have them on their sides. So to say that we're destroying the streetscape is bogus, because there isn't any structure on streetscape on our lot. We have the town tree, we have the parking, we have the yard. It goes all the way back to the other one.
Linda, you might benefit from addressing the comments that the board members made.
Well, there aren't that many. Val
Okay,
asked us to
Thank you.
lower the eave on the left side, which is the, sort of the northeast side, which we did, so they match. It's still only 22 feet tall. We took out that front dormer on the right. We took out the 2 French doors. We simplified the structure. And we made the windows in the dormers B windows instead of the larger ones. We reduced the shingling on both sides of them. That's pretty much where we were the last time, because we'd already done a lot of it on the previous iteration. We changed the gambrel pitch, a few other things that you asked us to do before. It's still a very small structure. It's still, compared to the front structure, it looks like it's a barn back there, like the one across the street, which was remastered, twisted, and added onto, because I was on the board when that happened. And we think we've made a pretty good case for this to move forward.
Okay. Thank you, Linda. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, for the record, this is the rear lot of the 126 typical Nantucket EWB Cobb's house, Arthur B. Collins, from 1750. Appreciate the simplification and removal of the dormers on the side elements of this gambrel. Appreciate the removal of the additional doors as they were not necessary. Although it is not a gable, as I feel would be more appropriate, this gambrel has been simplified as requested. Appreciate its stature at 22 feet. And I just wanted to, I don't have any real substantive comments other than if the commission so inclined to approve that the COA that was submitted with the application will need to be refined and revised as necessary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I didn't understand, I didn't hear that. What was that last
The
part?
CFO will need to be revised.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Holly, thank you. Mickey,
I object as usual.
okay?
Yeah, so the streetscape on one of the sheets shows how visible this really is going to be from Main Street. It's you know, you can see to either side of the house. You can see on the right side of the main house pretty clearly this building behind it. You have a good view, and you will have a better view if you move a little to the right of the doors, the sliding barn doors. I'm not sure those doors have like 9 light doors behind them, I think.
No.
Vicky, what did you just ask about the doors having 9 lights? Is that correct?
Well, there's sliding barn doors, and behind them is a pair of 9 light doors.
Oh, I understand. Okay.
So, you know, I guess the question is, how appropriate is that for a, you know, is it a house or is it a barn? It's kind of both. So it's visible. I'm just kind of pointing out how visible those doors are, plus this building. And I would agree with Holly that the roof form is still not a typical barn for shape for downtown Nantucket. It would preferably be a gable shaped. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. Let's see, would you like to comment first? I know Sarah's in the queue. Do you want to go first?
Sarah wants to go.
Sarah? Sure. Hey, Sarah?
I think that's a mistake, but I'm happy to make my comments. I
It's a
basically,
mistake for you to go first, is that what you
I
meant?
do, but that's fine.
Okay,
My comments really remain unchanged, so I'm not going to repeat all of them. I'm just simply going to say that I agree with everything that Mr. Rowland just said. This structure most certainly is part of the streetscape. Yes, it's not like perched out on the sidewalk, but it certainly is something that is going to be extremely visible by passers-by. It's not typical. It's a barn, but a structure. It just isn't right. The roof line isn't right, and I'll leave it at that. I think Mickey said it better than I am.
okay. Sarah, thank you. You'll tell me later why you consider that to have been a mistake. Okay, your turn.
Good evening, can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Perfect. Good evening, my name is Kevin Toth. I live at 128 Main Street. First off, thanks to the HDC and the members and staff for all your time. My family, neighbors, and I are here again with you looking at these applications. And again, these applications don't address the concerns of the HDC or the Historic Structures Advisory Group or the public for what it's worth. So really just ignoring everyone's concerns at this point. The gambrel is too complicated and looks completely out of place. The HDC staff, the HDC commissioners, Historic Structures Advisory Group, and the neighbors have all commented on this aspect, but house remains large and visible for Main Street. And, you know, really this element wouldn't matter too much, really at all, if it were tucked behind the massive front house that the applicant expanded, instead of being visible to anyone walking along Main Street. So at the ZBA meeting on August 15th, just 2 days after these applications were last heard, the movement of the historic salt box garage in this lot was approved, even though the applicant's agent
I
publicly said
object,
during
Mr.
the
Chairman, this
meeting
is outside the
that the
scope of
building
this
would not
application.
survive the move. And in fact, the applicant would, in quote, love to demolish it. It appears that the HDC's prior denial of this demolition of the structure is in fact being completely disregarded and disrespected by the applicant, who is now planning to move the building, knowing full well, as they themselves stated, it would not survive the move. HDC specifically denied the demolition of this historic structure that is contributing to the Nantucket.
Sorry. I'm gonna
Mr. Chairman, I
interrupt.
got to raise a point of order.
Linda, stop.
I'm allowed to raise the point
Linda,
of order.
stop.
It ties in with the cottage.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
You're talking about a demo of an existing building. That's different. I want to talk about the cottage and just the cottage. Thank you. Go ahead.
So the whole point was that they can now clearly move it over and hide it from street view. So if they're demolishing that, which they are now, they can easily move that
I
structure over.
object again,
And
we're
that's a
not.
completely fair point, and that's a solution to all of this. So just throwing that out there.
We're not demolishing it.
Linda, stop.
I just watched the
Continue.
ZBA meeting, but, okay. This multi-story brand-new house is not a cottage. Cottage is a very different definition, so I'm not sure why they're calling it that. As Chairman Welch said in the last meeting, it's 35 to 45% too large. Chairman Welch also emphasized this is an infill on a hill. This is a great reminder to everyone that there's a significant grade change from Main Street up to this backyard lot. So all of this construction, not just this, all those structures should be analyzed in terms of elevation and not height. If you look at the north elevation, you'll see that they only lowered the height of the left wing of the house, and they only lowered it about 7 inches. This isn't a good faith effort, and it's a negligible change on a structure of this size. Additionally, the dormer that was removed on the right wing of the house, that was added last meeting, so we're basically just right where we started on that. That's not a huge change. So essentially, minimal change from when we started this conversation weeks ago. Could you please flip to page 6 of the PDF of the application? It's also A202. Yeah, right there, and perfect. So looking at this, why does there need to be such a massive wall of structures with 0 gaps? Look at the properties to the left and to the right. Look how many different depths and layers are proposed when looking at 126 Main Street. I think a 35 to 45% reduction hits the nail on the head because this would eliminate some of what you're looking at here on the street view. Why are there 5 structures so close to Main Street? There used to be 2. As Commissioner Camp said in the last meeting, I think now that you look at the site and see the 3 buildings plus hardscaping, the site itself just seems overbuilt and complicated. It's just going to be a mass of building on building, which is not the streetscape of Main Street. As Commissioner Oliver said in the last meeting, given how much of we see of this, I'm just really interested in keeping it low and keeping it simple. And echoing so many others in this room and online, it's too large, it's too complicated. It is extremely visible and a huge change to the streetscape. There's no denying that, just walk past it. All these problems could be fixed very, very easily overnight, but they're just not being addressed. And so it's been weeks and, it just seems a little silly that we can't solve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking on this before it goes to the board? Okay, let's take it to the board. Folks, you know who you are. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Thank you.
Okay, so my position hasn't changed on this since last week, because nothing has really changed materially to address that concern or those concerns. I will reiterate that the size overall of the structure is too large, taken in context of the setting and the rest of the development on the lot, and that includes the small cabana shed, and also includes the portion of this lot, or the portion of the larger prior lot, which has a shed on it. So there are, I think, too many layers of structure front to back. It is, to my mind, in looking at the aerials that we're not supposed to be looking at, unprecedented, and those are my concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, thank you. Who's next? Abby, Val, Joe. Oh, gosh.
I could give it a go. Do you want to go, Val?
No, I'm looking at the
Okay.
streetscape.
Is Abby, you ready?
Okay.
Okay.
My feeling about this project hasn't changed either. I think we spent a lot of time on the antique building in the front, And I think that was really successful. But I think the additional buildings that we see now from the street are sort of belittle what we did to that antique house. So I'll just repeat that it's just gotten complicated with the structures on structures, the shed on shed, and then a gambrel behind. It is a very complicated alleyway that's presented now. If I would have preferred to see a simple gable, and I think that would have worked in well with some, some landscaping that would sort of divide the two properties and give it its own character. Right now, it just seems to be, all together meshed in. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Abby, thank you. Val and Joe.
I'll go.
Thanks, Joe.
So if I look at the locus plan, which in my opinion hasn't changed on this, the density of Main Street is evident, and the open space that exists at this lot is also evident between 126 and 128. And I think, the open space, it's nice. It definitely is part of the streetscape. But I think what the applicant is proposing, in my opinion, is not out of character. When I look at the density of all these neighboring lots, this one stands out as one that doesn't have the rear of the lot developed, which is in fact a separate lot. And almost, I see structures across the street and the two properties immediately adjacent and even closer to Main Street that all have a structure behind them. Now, I don't know what the ground cover is of all of these, but I think that in terms of density, setting aside the character, that this is in keeping with the Main Street context. Streetscape, I think when you do walk up and down Main Street or drive up and down Main Street, that this structure won't impact the streetscape. However, I do think if you stop and look, you are going to see, obviously you're going to see more structures as you look at this property if it gets developed in this manner. Yes, and I acknowledge the grade change. And I do think that the applicant has taken that into consideration. I mean, I can't recall the last time we looked at a 22-foot house where maybe 60% of it is that height and the rest of it is significantly less. I mean, in terms of definitions, I guess it might be semantics a little bit, but it's a one-bedroom structure, less than 25 feet tall, and it doesn't formally present itself to the road. Seems to me that meets the definition of a cottage, if that matters one way or another. And I do think that there have been changes. I mean, for some board members, maybe they're not impactful. For me, I've been okay with this massing. I don't think it necessarily needs to be a gable. I mean, I've actually contemplated it. If it was a gable, how would this manifest? And I think the amount of roof plane visible would probably not change. And my guess is that if it went into a gable, you'd probably be looking at a taller ridge. I mean, a gambrel is, I think, one of those structures that we all embrace because they ground. They're grounded because of the amount of visible roof plane. So I'm in favor of this as drawn, and I would motion to approve as submitted. I'm not making that motion,
Okay,
but I'm
'cause
just
gonna
making
hold
it,
that motion.
I'm making it known that
Okay,
I think
got
that
it.
there isn't
Your
going to be
intention.
consensus on the board.
Got it. Okay. Thanks, Joe. That leaves you, Val.
Okay. I appreciate some of the changes, taking the dormer off on the north right mass. I have one more suggestion for more simplification if possible. And I think it would also reduce the overall feeling of the massing would be to make that roof line that you just took the dormer off of, a shed, a simple shed. There's nothing on the second floor. It's open to above, so I think that wouldn't impact you at all. And then the only other thing,
Val, what do you mean, change the gambrel part of it, make it a shed?
yes, yes.
I've never
Because
seen
then
that.
what you can see
Okay.
from the street is tremendously mitigated, if that's a concern. And would not be an anomaly. 131, I think it's 131, is also a gambrel right on the street.
That was a barn
Main
that was
Street.
flipped
It's a
and
hybrid,
added to.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so there is some precedent for that. Other than that, I would like to see if there was a front door. We have all these glass doors, but nothing that really is a front door, although I don't know that we're gonna see that, but that would be my only other suggestion.
Okay. Is that it, Val?
Yeah,
All right, thank you. As I have always thought that the gambrel here was appropriate and an acceptable roof form for a number of reasons, not least of which is that gambrels are usually associated with carriage houses, which this could easily be, although the fact we all now know this is a separate lot, completely independent of the lot in front, which brings me to my next point. So if we look at the locus, 2 doors down, you have 130, which is this one on the street. And that's sort of a 2-story colonial, I guess is the best way to describe what it is. It's infill, it's relatively new.
There was a cape there before.
Sorry, what?
There was a Cape Cod structure there before, a cape with 2 dormers before.
Yeah, well, this is a new build.
Yeah.
Now, right behind it on a separate lot at 130A is a Greek Revival house that is also a new build, an infill. I know because our firm did it. And it bears a lot of resemblance, or the discussion on that is, very similar to the discussion that we're having here, which is that Greek Revival building in the back bears literally absolutely no resemblance to the front building. There's actually a third building on the property, which is as large as the one that we did and approaching the size of the one that's in the front. My point of all this is that, this is a very tight landscape. You go down, you look down the driveways and alleyways, and almost without question, there's additional structures back there, whether they're part of the property in the front or whether they're the back on the property behind, is anyone's guess unless you look at a map like the one I'm looking at to be able to tell you for sure where all the property lines are. So, like Joe, I'm fine with this. It could read either as an ancillary building to the building that's in front of it on Main Street, or it could read as its own piece of property, as if we were looking at some of the back buildings on Vestal Street through an opening. So I'm okay with this. Now, the big operative question is, what to do in terms of how to move this.
Can I ask a technical question of the 2 architects
Can you
on the
ask a
board?
question? Sorry?
Of all the gambrels that I've worked on all over the place, I have never seen a regular gable roof attached to a gambrel like that.
No. Val, I think, pointed out one diagonally across the street.
That was a whole, I was on that. That was a whole different.
No, it's an
ballgame.
old building.
No, but the thing is huge. The barn used to do this, and they flipped it, and then added a
Okay.
whole bedroom unit to it.
So I think,
But it's very large, the
Linda,
addition.
what you're asking is whether we would accept Val's concept of a gable piece attached to a gambrel. I mean,
Actually said shed.
oh, you said shed? Oh, okay. Well,
do you-
that's even more. Listen, you're going to find a ton of gambrels around this town that have a shed attached to a gambrel.
Now, what do you mean by a shed? A lean-to?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gambrel, shed,
A lean-to?
yeah. A shed roof is a roof that has one pitch.
It would come
Doesn't
off
return on
Yeah,
itself.
it's a lean-to.
to the low side would be on the right, the high side would be against the building.
Building, yeah.
Yeah. I
Well
mean,
said, Joe.
There are windows up there above that piece. And it'd be a
Okay,
fairly
I don't want
flat
to argue
pitch.
this back
It'd be a
and
really
forth.
flat
We're not
pitch.
designing at the table.
It'd be a flat pitch, because that's a bedroom.
There aren't any windows on that side, actually.
We take them out already?
No. Yeah, I mean, not to be designing at the table, but that kitchen space that you're showing there is vaulted. And if that
Yeah.
was a shed, you'd have room for windows, or a window in either the closet or the bathroom that's up above it. And it would visibly, would cut the building by, I don't know, 25% anyway.
I don't like that design, but I don't think it
Well,
works.
guys, listen, you know.
Where
this
are we
is,
going here? One more time? I'd rather not. After 2
Okay,
years.
I think we know where all the cards are on the table, so, Joe, do you want to make your motion and see where it goes?
Sure.
Or conversely,
Well,
make a motion that varies from the one that you were about to make.
Well, I wanted to make a comment on the front door.
Okay.
There is, I mean, I think there is a door, a man door that's on here that I think satisfies that. And I like Val's idea of looking at adjusting that roof pitch shape to lower it. So I'm reluctant to make a revision through staff motion on this structure.
Well, you can do it and then have one of you guys look at it, you or Ray look at it through staff.
Yeah, okay, then make a motion to approve through staff with the revision of the rightmost gambrel to a shed roof.
The west gambrel.
Yeah,
There is a
With a-
window there. Hang on, Joe, there is a window there, unless that's the other side.
The window is in the actual small piece, not in the big piece.
Guys, how about an exhibit A?
Joe, would you, I
that's
know
not what they're
it
asking.
falls to you far too frequently, but would you be okay with drawing a shed on there?
yeah, I just want
On
to
at
make sure
least
we're
two of the
understanding this.
elevations,
There is
so-
no window there, right?
There's a window in the small gambrel, so that would go to heaven.
Yeah, I would be happy to make an exhibit A.
Okay, and the eave would just remain where that bottom chord of the gambrel currently ends,
That's right.
you know, the eave of the gambrel. And that's your motion?
That's my motion.
Okay, so I want to be clear on the motion. The motion that Joe is now proposing is that the west gambrel,
Yeah,
the west gambrel will go from a gambrel to a shed roof that goes from the eave on the westernmost portion and
up,
goes up at a 4 and 12 to meet the main gambrel.
okay, the 4 and 12,
Which will be shown in an Exhibit A.
okay.
That is your motion, correct, Joe?
Yes,
Okay.
Given how contentious this is, you don't think this should come back?
Mr. Chairman, you're in the middle of a motion.
This is up to the board. We're in the middle of deliberating motion right now. Are you part of the board right now?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Stephen and Abby. Okay, motion carries in favor 3-2.
We're not done.
Okay, on to our next protocol, which is the shed.
Shed. Come back here. And that was through staff, correct? Mr. Chairman? Through staff, because that wasn't part of the motion, but it's through staff?
It's through staff.
Okay.
Okay, Linda, go.
Made it smaller, took those offending doors out of it. Pretty much just dumbed it down.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you for making it a simpler gable structure. My only comment is, does it need French doors even though they're inward of the property? Thank you.
And the only reason we did that
Linda,
is
stop.
because you can't see it.
Okay.
It's on the backside.
Holly, thank you. Mickey?
Yeah, we said earlier and still think that the roof should run in the other direction, leaving the eave line facing Main Street.
Mickey, sorry, could you just repeat what you just said? There was some noise in the room.
Sure. We still feel that the ridge line should run in the opposite direction, parallel to Main, leaving the eave line, the lower section of the roof facing Main Street. It would relate better to the cottage, to the new building, and it would have a lower profile toward Main Street. Thanks.
We were fine with that, except that you guys asked us to turn it in the same direction as the one in front.
Linda,
help
we
So-
all remember.
Yeah, we don't
how
care
this
which
all
direction
went.
it goes, frankly.
Okay, we don't need to be reminded.
but we don't
Mickey,
care.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna do you first because Sarah seemed uncomfortable going first, unless you guys have an objection. You want to do it that way?
Sure, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
I don't think it matters much. Hello again, Kevin Toth, 128 Main Street. Again, issues with the application, which is nothing new. Absolutely nothing new, keeps happening, but on page 7 of the PDF, square footage is listed as 175, but on page 5, square footage is 200. Issues aside, there's absolutely no need for the structure. It's unnecessary, adding to the chaos on these lots. As Chair Welch mentioned in the last meeting, it's the conglomeration of the structure that is problematic. It's also the change in grade in the back. It's the perception of all this, regardless of the fact that it's a separate lot or not. Commissioner Oliver stated is simply in form, however, it does not add complication to everything back there. Commissioner Camp stated it's getting to be a very complicated site. So once again, just really complicated. You're seeing a ton of stuff. It's just getting absolutely ridiculous. It doesn't look like anything on Main Street. It just doesn't. Small garden shed is one thing, but this is the size of a large bedroom. This could easily be made smaller than the shed in front of it, so it's not perfectly visible. So once again, could be fixed, but we'll see if that happens.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Sarah? Sarah there? Sarah, you're muted.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm having so many technical difficulties. My iPad burnt up when we were last talking.
Oh, my God.
I love technology.
I don't have anything to add. I agree with everything that both Mr. Toth and Mr. Rowland said. Thank you. And
Okay.
thank you to the board for taking the time on these applications.
Thank you, Sarah, and my condolences on your iPad. Okay, board members, here you go.
I could start if you. did you-
Abby, go ahead.
if you don't-
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that I've been viewing this project as a whole, so all the buildings together and how it's cited as you look up from Main Street. And I find it just that this shed with the gable forward just adds to the congestion of the whole development. So I wouldn't be in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Who's next?
Who else is on it?
Same
Same
group.
board,
Okay,
yeah,
I'll go.
thanks.
So it's a shed. We'd be hard pressed to say you can't have a shed. I think for me, looking at the streetscape drawings, what's more of a concern is the retaining wall that you can see between all these structures.
Already approved, Val.
I know it's already
know.
approved, Linda. I'm just saying I'm concerned about it,
I know.
and I hope that we don't see it. It's supposed to have some kind of vegetation.
Yeah, it will.
You know,
Yeah.
as a form by itself, the shed is fine in context with all these other structures and retaining and everything. Is it too much? Maybe. That's my comments.
Okay. Val, thank you. Stephen, Joe.
I was,
This pizza break.
what?
Right
I'm
now.
kidding.
Not here yet, I don't smell it.
Well, I was just looking at the streetscape when I was sketching this Exhibit A for that shed roof, which I think, well, this overlaps that. And so I was just looking at the roof pitch of that shed at a 9. And I think that maybe it's just the rendering of this gambrel with these stacked sheds, but I think I'd consider just cutting down the roof pitch to like a 7 on this, it's from a 9, just so that they're not parallel, and it's got a little bit of a telescoping feel. And I think with it coming down, we're also clearing up that view corridor that we've cleared up by making the gambrel change to a shed. So
7 and 12 is fine with us.
yeah, so I'm fine with it as submitted. I think the orientation, in my opinion, allows the most sight through the property versus rotating it. So I think if the pitch went from a 9 to a 7, I would be in favor of the application. Those are my comments.
Okay, Joe, thanks. I think that leaves you, Stephen.
Sure, can we go to sheet A202, please?
A202, Stephen?
Yeah, and focus on the upper half elevation center.
Which page, Steve?
A202.
A202.
Which one did you say to focus
I
on?
wouldn't get too wedded to this
This
thing.
one, so I'm gonna get wedded to whatever I.
But it's not really
wedded
accurate.
to. Linda, thank you for interrupting me, I have the floor. So this illustrates the point that I was making earlier, and looking at the aerial, the layering front to back on this side of the street, in fact, on the other side of the street, is unprecedented. This shed adds to that perception in a way that is, I believe, inappropriate. This isn't a slant on what other members have said or their perceptions, but it is the visual fact. I will note too that building with Nantucket in mind suggests that with infills, you build to meet the pattern of the existing development, which is to say, straight up close to the street, so that you are not interrupting the pattern language. I don't think it says pattern language in building with Nantucket in mind, but you're not altering that aspect and creating a kind of a disharmony. So for those reasons, I think this shed is inappropriate. And those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Let's see, it's to me now. So I liked Joe's comment about the 7 and 12, but I also am with Mickey and his group on the idea of the eve going forward. Reason being, and I do understand the idea of more sort of transparency around, and you're taking the narrow end of the building and facing it towards the view from Main Street. However, I feel like a gable forward is always a more aggressive way to look at a building than to look at an eave. It's my feeling, but I think it's evidenced by, if you imagine, a 5-bay federal style house facing the road and what the sensation of that is, or taking that 5-bay federal and turning it 90 degrees so that you're looking at the gable end. I think the difference would be that the narrower gable end would actually be make more of a visual impact than the eve end. So I'm kind of a hybrid of what Joe said and what Mickey said. Should we try and get some revisions on this, or what would we like to do?
As I say, Mr. Chairman, we're fine going back to the original, which was, ran with the street. That was the one before we turned it.
Well, Linda, that's fine, but I know Val had some concerns. In other words, I'm not sure that you could get a majority vote on this right now. Given the number of different comments that have been made.
We can lower the pitch and turn it 90 degrees. I mean,
Sorry, what, Linda?
we can lower the pitch, which is fine, and turn it 90 degrees, which is where it was to begin with.
Whoa,
But it was
okay.
larger then,
My
too.
calculus says that that'll get you 2 votes.
Well, do I need to wait another month to come back with this thing?
Oh, dear God.
No,
in
no,
heaven.
other
I
people have to
can't
wait
take
too,
it.
the world is a sorrowful place.
Nobody wants to see this project anymore.
What?
No, so do the right thing and withdraw it.
Should we, at least,
I'd motion to hold for revisions.
thank you, Joe, thank you very much. Would everybody be okay with a hold for revisions type arrangement and see what happens? Let's see, all those in favor of Joe's motion to hold for revisions, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, sorry.
Anybody else? I'm in favor, so that's an aye. And any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so that motion to hold for revisions carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed.
Okay,
There we are, folks. Okay,
one more time.
now, Stephen, I believe that we're back to 3 Astor Court with solar, right?
I believe you're correct.
Yeah, okay, so that's to you.
All right. See Tobias here, 3 Astor Court.
Is he here?
Can't miss them.
Good evening, Tobias.
Good evening, members of the board.
Hi.
Okay.
3 Astor Court, this is in the Richmond development. It's an all asphalt black roof. We've done a solar on a number of buildings in this development. It's on the side. It's not on the front. Blends in very nicely. And then the 2 pieces furthest on the back are very, very limited visibility. So that's all I got for you. Pretty straightforward.
Thanks, Tobias. Who'd like to begin? Val?
Yep. I appreciate the, that it's not the front of the house, even though it's on the main mast. I think it's okay. It meets our guidelines.
Okay, let's see, it's with the regular board. Abby?
Could I go back to the site plan? I just wanted to see what's on what is facing the largest amount of, so,
If I could help you out, Abby?
okay, thank you.
Just describing it. So the main mass faces to the west. There's another structure, these houses are pretty packed. You can see it, but it approached, it's visible from beach grass, which is kind of one of the feeder roads in there versus, Astor and Lilac are smaller ancillary accesses.
Yeah, so, sorry, my tablet took a while to load. I was just, this lot right here. So the main mast will be looking right at this lot. What's on this lot?
There's a house there, yeah.
Okay. And that's probably
Yeah,
like,
and if you,
That's a shared driveway, right? I don't think it's a road.
Here's that.
it's a road or an access. It's essentially a driveway, but I'll call it a road.
Abby, does that answer your question? or-
Yeah, sorry, just, yeah, it's complicated because everything's so tight there that you don't, everything's viewable. So I appreciate the fact that it covers that whole roof plane. I'm more worried actually about the other ones that are on the triangles. Thank you.
Thank you. Angus?
If we could scroll to photo B. Fiona?
Fiona? Can you
Can you-
scroll to photo B? Thank you.
Another page down there. So, as has been mentioned, these houses are really packed in tightly and the streets go around, so there isn't a lot that isn't visible. And in general, I feel like we need to maybe set a policy for Richmond development, because we're seeing a few applications, and I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot more, and need to think about this as a whole. This is a cul-de-sac to get to the house. And so when you come off the feeder road onto Astor, which is the cul-de-sac, the primary view is in that photo B, where you would see all the solar. And I mean, there isn't really like an eave forward on this structure to have solar on the front of the house, but this is what you're going to see when you head to the house. So while I appreciate it filling a black roof with solar, and the idea of a lot of these structures in there having solar, I don't feel like it meets the solar guidelines. It's on the front main structure, and is highly visible. Thank you.
Angus. Ray?
Yeah, well, I think Angus makes some very good points, although I think in the strict sense of the way the guidelines are written, it would not be on the quote-unquote front of the house because it's a gable forward. But photo B exhibits that, the panels will definitely be visible. It's a black roof, and you're filling like almost the entirety of that roof plane with panels. I think I'm okay with it. I don't think I'm okay with it. I am okay with it.
Okay, thanks, Ray. Angus, I think, made good points, and I think if we're in the stricter sense of our guidelines, I believe the requirement is that it not be on the primary mass visible from the street. So in that sense, and given this will be highly visible with, from the site plan, really no method to visually screen this, and given its height, I think it'd be difficult to do that. I am not comfortable with the panels on the, what is it? West. I would be comfortable having all of any of those that could be moved to the other side, which is at the end of, on the east elevation, which is so far towards the end of the dead end as to be practically not visible, and therefore I think could be approved under our guidelines. Those are my comments and concerns. What would we like to do? Tobias?
I'm sensing the direction of the board, and in my opinion, the board is taking a very different view. We have solar proof directly across the street that's visible. This used to be a junkyard. If the board doesn't like it, they can vote against it.
Boy, we're getting such nice applicants today.
Right. So I think it's the board's purview to make a determination of what it will approve and what it won't approve. So we will do that. And if we decided denial is what we want to do, we would decide that ourselves. Abby?
I have an idea, in lieu of what Angus said, that maybe, I don't go over there often. I think a view is appropriate here, because these are going to be coming up a lot. And I think it wouldn't stall it that much, but I for one would want to go see this and see how visible it is and sort of imagine others that might come up and how we would deal with that.
Okay, so you're going to motion for a view? And
Yes,
you want a motion
I'll
to
take
view and hold it for next Tuesday?
Yes, I'd like to make that motion.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, that carries. Excellent, thank you. Let's see, 26 Arlington. Imagine that, another solar.
This is a little different, though.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
right on the front of the house.
Well, and
have-
it's shingles, right? Isn't it shingles? Solar shingles?
Well, guys, let's open it up and we're gonna find out all that information and more. The applicant has a rep?
Yes, very much. And then I believe we got 39 Sonoma, so we can go back to that.
Oh,
Oh, that's the next one, so never mind. Scrap what I just said.
Yeah, Tesla solar roof panels. They have two different, they have roof shingles and roof panels, so I don't know which.
this sure looks like a shingle to me.
Yeah. Okay, who is the applicant's agent?
Hi, good evening. My name is Avery Millward, representing Isaacson Solar and the homeowner at 26 Arlington Street, Brandon Eldridge.
Hi, Avery. Thank you. Why don't you go ahead and kindly direct staff through your presentation briefly?
Yes, if you don't mind going to PV3, the next page down, please. Perfect, thank you. I know, it just, we are proposing to install 119 Tesla solar shingles, not roof-mounted panels. So these are Tesla shingles that are solar, integrated with passive tiles as well, which also match the Tesla solar shingles. So this would be completely re-roofing the entire home, of the front and the rear of the home. This does include both the Tesla shingles as well as the passive tiles, which look like a solar shingle, but are essentially not producing any energy.
Okay, thank you. I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
Bill, go ahead.
Image.
I think we need a
Sample,
sample.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think, I believe we have one, but I think it's worth getting one just to be certain.
Who has this?
Well, we had a Nantucket Tesla roof shingle application 3 or so years ago, and there's a sample in the office, but it's, I would be much more comfortable having the applicant's agent provide a sample of what they're proposing versus.
Oh, so it's not the same
I
product
think it is
necessarily?
because they haven't changed it, but I think it'd be better to have them ship it over.
So for the sample, I'm happy to overnight a sample over to you guys. The sample itself is about as tall as me, I'm a little bit taller than 3 feet tall, but it's about 3 feet tall, and it's about 3 pounds. So it's not something I could necessarily tape onto the application since it is metal, but I'm happy to overnight it over to you guys to show you the example.
That sounds good.
Sorry, what is the size of one panel?
3 by 1.
About 3 feet. Grab that for you.
3 by 1, 3 by 18.
3 by 3?
Approximate is fine.
Yeah, I would say about 3 by 18 or so, give or take.
I'm sorry, could you
Square.
repeat that?
About 3 by 18.
3 by 18, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Do we want to, like, kind of walk through any other aspect of this and get questions answered before we move on, or are we good with just getting the sample?
I had a couple
Angus?
of comments. I think this application is like 36 pages, and there's a lot of data that's not really useful to the HDC. If it could be limited to the elevations and plan and application. There are 3 different sort of vicinity maps, but like one of them shows the Cape in eastern Massachusetts. And so to have something that actually shows the adjacent roads sort of coming out from this to see where it is, where Arlington is, would be helpful. And just because of the loading of all the pages, it would be helpful not to have all the extraneous material. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Abby?
Could I add something to this motion that also photographs that would be a good example for us to see that's existing would be helpful?
Yeah, these are so close, you can't even
If
see.
if I may share my screen, I do have an example of recently installed Tesla solar shingles.
Okay. So Avery, what we're going to do is we're going to have a motion that is going to request the sample and for you to submit to HDC submissions at nantucket-ma.gov a file called 26 Arlington brevity file, and just include the elevations in the floor plan, and we'll have them available, and include the image or images you just mentioned.
Okay.
And we'll view them all together next Tuesday.
Mr. Chair, through you, if it's in here by Thursday at noon, no later than that.
If you, yeah, thank you, Holly. So long as, Avery, you submit the digital file by noon on Thursday, and of course, we need to get the sample before Monday afternoon so folks can get an opportunity to go in and take a look at it at the office.
Okay, absolutely, you got it. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, we appreciate it. Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That's your motion, Abby?
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. We're going to take a 7.5 minute break and have some dinner, and then we'll come back and move through the rest of these, hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Overnight is
From
usually
where?
about a week. Well, apparently so. I was
Yeah,
going to ask
Nantucket.
Stephen about that.
There was a big discussion about they hadn't finalized the passive panel at that time, but now they have a panel. They haven't bothered putting the electrical circuitry into it, and you can cut it on site. Yeah, so it's a filler. Now, the problematic aspect for this is Logistics, let's have it happen, but let's plan it out a little bit. Okay. Well, we covered a lot of ground there. These pizza breaks at the HTC are so much. No, it's better than watching, on TV. All right, so. Ethan, you're back.
We found the beach stairs.
Okay. Excuse me, go ahead.
It's beach stairs. Well, when it comes up on the screen, you can see it. It's a replacement of a pair of stairs that fell
Okay.
apart. Natural weather. There's a photograph of one next to it. Yeah, it's Tom Nevers. So,
Okay, appreciate the brevity. Who has any concerns?
that's the neighbors. But ours is going straight.
Yeah. Everyone should have previewed it. Who has concerns? Anyone?
No.
How about a motion?
Move to approve.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thanks, bye.
Thanks, Ethan. Appreciate having the correct file at hand. 26. Pocomo Road. Excuse me.
Hello?
Regular board, yeah.
Pocomo Road?
Yeah.
Oh, we heard this already?
I don't think so.
Oh. Oh, who was the board on the last one?
The last one.
No, I understand now, okay.
Chris?
Hello.
Good evening. Will you be presenting on Zoom or relying on staff to do it through the YouTube?
I will rely on the staff to present the documents.
Okay, so please kindly direct them to where you want to start and through your presentation.
Fantastic. We can start right here on the site plan. This is 26 Pocomo Road. The existing property has a single-family house with a extended driveway off the shared driveway, which is on the left-hand side of this plan. The owners would like to reposition the access to the property so that it has a straighter direct access towards the house. They would also like to move the house forward on the property as the existing house overlaps the site setback in the back, the rear deck does. So to bring the house forward and add a full foundation underneath. You will see a separate landscape package in the future for the hardscape portion, which includes pool. If you moving through plans here, if you go actually all the way to the end, there will be existing photos of the site. What we are proposing to do is to remove the additions to the house that were added subsequent to the 1970 approximate construction and restore the original form of the house and add new additions to better relate to the house's structure and provide for currently living requirements of the owners. There will be no change to the existing ridge or roof deck in our proposed. All the additions will be diminutive and extension additions. All windows and door units will be replaced with SDL units from Marvin. And we'll be adding a small front entry to accommodate a more gracious entry, just because the stair is located close to the front door and is a very congested area. So those are that's the proposal for the main house.
Okay, thank you very much. Did you have anything, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a 1970s contributing structure out in Pocomo. Creating a void as seen on the east and west is contrary to building with Nantucket in mind guidance. The balcony is an atypical and inappropriate over the front entrance. The multiple asymmetrical dormers in a row on the facade is not a typical feature. And the chimney, I notice, is indicated as new, but it's not bubbled in red. So there's an existing chimney and then there is a proposed chimney. So there's a little confusion there that needs to be clarified what's going on, instead of having to rely on notations there. Those are my comments. I do, now understanding a little bit more that this structure is being moved. It was hard to discern that on the site plan. I did have concern on the elevation and what, if there's retainage. It looks like maybe there's less retainage and where it's being relocated to versus what's existing. So I think that needs to be clarified. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Who'd like to begin?
Can I ask Holly a question?
Please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Holly, what did you mean by the expression creating a void? No, it was my question first.
Yeah, Ray did get there first.
If Fiona can, if you could go to actually this elevation. So if you, nope, sorry, page 8, you can go to that one. You'll see on the east and west elevations, there's an existing French door, as you see on the east, but now there's going to be, and now if you scroll down, you see the void that's there for like basically a porch deck. That was what I meant, that's a void.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay, under the covered space. Okay. Ray, any other questions?
No other questions, and I'm almost ready. Not quite ready.
Is anyone ready? The preview force on this one is strong. I can feel it.
You want to know?
It's like a
Okay.
Star Wars movie.
All right.
Abby, please. Thank you.
So what I missed in the old structure, even though the middle of the window doesn't line up with the eave line, it has a certain symmetry, so it's a very calmness. It's definitely from the 70s, but it has a calmness about it. Now everything's sort of doubled up and the symmetry is lost. And I think that the doghouse dormers over those ganged windows, I'm not sure what material that is, but there's an awful lot of it. And I think the one in the middle is an odd shape. I think it might even be better if this gets redesigned. I think it should be larger, like right now, just one French door over the front door just looks very odd. Just this tiny little rocket ship. And just looking at the front door with the transom and the side light. I don't mind drawing attention to the front door with that sort of, it's not really a Juliet balcony, but giving it some substance, but I think the front door, it gets kind of lost in it. So I'd like to see that sort of looked at again. So just initial thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Ray?
Okay, so in some ways I agree with Abby, in some ways I disagree. So right now I feel like the gable dormers are like my pug's teeth, where it's like, two are missing and one's still there. Like there's a huge gap between them. And it's remedied by this having the double windows in there. Although to Abby's point, now I feel like the middle dormer remaining the same size with a single door in it is feeling kind of lonely. Also, I think that the Juliet balcony above the front door would be more successful if A, it was smaller, and B, had the proper sort of beams. Right now it's just framing, there's no beam underneath. It's something I say all the time, I know, but it happens to bother me. There's too much space between the head of the entry door and the underside of that roof. And I also think it's too wide. Now, given what we're looking at already, or I do want to address the visibility, I actually feel like the porch that's being added onto the right-hand side of the building as seen from the front is a positive because it gives more dimension to something that is currently very flat. So I'm okay with that. Now, if I understood correctly, right now the drive going in is very sort of serpentine and they want to sort of straighten it out. So my concern on that is that you're gonna, depending on what the landscape is or isn't, now you're gonna get a straight shot at this building from Pocomo Road. So I'd like to know a little bit more about the landscaping that will happen between the curb cut and the house itself. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray.
Mr. Chair, could I comment on the dormers?
No.
No comments till the end.
Okay.
Just a moment, just give us some moments to reflect peacefully.
Sure.
I think my main concern would be the front, and I agree with Ray. I know the dormers are oddly placed, but that's how they exist presently, so he was probably just following suit. Maybe they could be a little taller because they look squatty, but how about a porch around the front balcony structure or something to integrate it? But given its depth off the road, I think it's an improvement all in all.
Thanks, Bill. Abby?
I think I went first.
Oh, you're right. Angus?
Thank you. So I agree with pretty much everything that Holly said, and what Abby was talking about with the previous facade, how there's asymmetry, like the window above the front door is a little bit off center, and there's a picture window on one side and a mold double window on the other side. But in the whole, there's like with all the things I just mentioned, there's a certain amount of simplicity compared to what's proposed. And that simplicity is lost in the new proposal. The deck and French door above the front door just don't have anything to do with the guidelines. And the mold dormer windows start to make the upper part feel heavy, and to Ray's point, makes it feel like there's a missing tooth in the middle where there's a smaller dormer. So I agree with the benefit of the porch to the right, but I would look to see the window kept above the front door, and if there is a porch at the front door, to have it match more of the porch to the right details with the beam and columns and roof and so forth, and lower down to the head casing of the door. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Angus. So Chris, my comments are, I think this is I agree with pretty much everything that's been said, a little different perspective. I think this is an opportunity, since you're going to be changing 2 of the dormers and adding a third and doing framing at the center dormer, basically all 4 dormers. I think it'd be much more appropriate to change these over to shed dormers. I think that's a big fix for this structure. I think otherwise, you've got a net positive if you, along with that, you might want to work in a couple of quick details. One is bury the header in the top plate, and that will eliminate a shingle course above at the window head casing and between that and the soffit. And what was the other one? I think you could perhaps benefit from some taller windows on the second floor. You certainly got room for it. with respect to floor height and the proposed covered porch roof to the right. That, I think, would bring them into better proportion with the windows below. I would be interested in seeing the covered porch approach, even if it's a hipped. No, I'm sorry, let me backtrack on that. A truncated country covered porch. So instead of going left to right across the full facade, it would go perhaps between the two larger dormers, maybe a foot short of each, and just be a covered porch, not much different than what's to the right, except for there won't be a necessity to have hips on it. And of course, you're going to want to use the beam with a fascia, and that will change, address a concern that's a very legitimate concern that's been brought up. Those really, my primary and only concerns are the front of the structure and those elements. Chris, do you want to, anything that we might be missing that you wanted to comment on very briefly, and then we're going to go to a motion for revisions?
Sure. I think my comments have been addressed, further down the board's comments, but the dormer proportions kind of being out of scale with the traditional Nantucket dormer was an existing condition that we were attempting not to change too much, but I certainly have heard the subsequent comments that possibly some additional adjustments may resolve those concerns.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that. Motion?
Motion to hold for revisions.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, next one is the new pool.
Garage.
Garage.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, I jumped down to 26 Somerset from 26 Pacaville. There's a big difference there.
Slightly.
Chris, on the new
So-
garage?
This is pretty simple presentation. They would like a new single car garage with a studio space above. The garage location is set off to the side of the property to attempt to not take over the visual overlay with the main house. We are looking to integrate the garage into the grade change between a future pool deck and the parking court area, in an attempt to reduce the footprint and overall scale of the structure. The structure itself will be about 10 feet lower than the main house. That's the top of the ridge of the structure to the top of the ridge of the main house structure. Welcome your comments.
Okay, thanks. Did you want to, because it's, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think the garage is a little complex. The ganged windows in the gable end over the garage door, a little large. The second floor balcony seems very large. And I didn't see a dimension, so I apologize on that. The covered area with the round columns, I mean, I noticed that there are some round columns that were proposed on the main home. I do think that's a different character that's being proposed, but I appreciate its short stature at 20 foot, 8 inches. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Who would like to begin?
I'll go. So what I appreciate, I don't disagree with Holly. It's more maybe a little more complex than the house, but I think not a whole lot after he does the alterations. The garage doors don't face the street, so I don't have as much of a concern over that facade with the double windows. And I think this is a good example of tying it in with the main house. Stephen had the suggestion of shed dormers, and this would make it more akin to that if they went that way. So that's all I have, and appreciate the height.
Thanks, Ray.
I think it's fine.
Okay. Abby?
I think I meant to mention this on the main house, but I think the second story decks could be pulled in a little bit off the eave there, and I think that would look more Nantucket-y. They look awfully deep. So I would appreciate that change. Thank you.
Thanks. Angus?
It might not be that visible, but the south elevation, there's something about that roof that just seems a little funky with the 10 and 12 hip.
Yeah.
So I would go for a shed there for simplicity. That's all, thanks.
Thanks. I'll pick up where Angus left off. I don't know that it's going to be visible. I think that would be a 4 and 12 if you're going to keep it a hip or go to a shed and mimic the roof element above the service doors on the other side. To the extent they're visible, I think what are these like 10 or 12 inch diameter posts? They need to come down to 6 or 8 inch. And other than that, I appreciate number one, the utilization and working with the grade. And two, to the extent it's visible, come in 6 or 9 inches on each side on the, you're not gonna see that north elevation of the garage, right? Or did I read that wrong? I might have read that wrong. Yeah, you're not gonna see that. So to the extent any of those are visible, Chris, you wanna speak to visibility on those things?
I believe the deck elevation, the north one here is what faces the street. The elevation that had the hipped roof, that faces the back of the property.
Okay. We'll sleep better if you change that to a 4 and 12, but you don't have to, I guess. What do we want to do, folks?
Hold for revisions. Minor.
Okay. On your motion, Abby?
Aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Hi.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Great.
Carrie is here. Hi, Carrie. All right, let's see, that brings us to 3 Bailey Road. Victor Merrick, come on down.
I think the only
Can
thing
I-
with this was we didn't know where they were on the
Yeah,
house.
We just need to know where the window is going.
There's
Like,
several, yeah.
there are several, oh, okay. Well, I guess let's just.
Board members.
Good evening, Victor. I'm going to ask that you, just given the comments of the board, I'm going to ask that we please go to the site plan. Not the locus, but the survey drawing. And if we could zoom in, by 50% on just the structure. Yeah, there you go, and center that. Thank you so much. Victor, from top to bottom, left to right, can you tell us where the windows will be?
That's the only thing. We didn't know where.
Front of the house, back?
Front of the house. All the windows are gonna be in the front, on the front of the house. That section,
Can I interject? I'm sorry. I've just been doing this for a while. Are the windows going to be, that you're proposing, all below grade?
yes,
And are they going to be below as you're looking at the windows on the front of the house, are they going to be stacked below them?
yes,
Okay, thank you. How about on the, and there's going to be no railing around these?
No
It's
railing.
going to be flush to grade?
Yes.
And you'll have a grade or something of that nature? Okay. What about on the other sides?
nothing on the other sides,
Nothing on, so it's just the front?
just the front.
And they're
Okay.
between the windows on the
Three.
front, so that,
There's 3 of them.
yeah.
So, are you guys, unless someone has a concern, what
I
about?
just had one more question.
Yeah, Abby, please.
Is the vegetation going back so they'll be obscured on the front of the house, or will you take that vegetation away?
The vegetation, some of it's gonna stay,
Some of it will,
right?
it's
They're
sort
not
of,
going back.
it's not going back
No.
immediately, okay.
And is there other vegetation closer to the street?
The
Yes.
trees,
Privet?
yes,
Yeah, okay. So is there a hedge along the street?
yes,
Okay.
those are,
I have a question.
Angus, please.
So the windows are below grade. Is there a grate, like an aluminum grate over this, or fence? What keeps you from going into the hall?
Yeah, asked and answered. That, he's going to use grates.
Oh, the
yes,
grates.
we're gonna get
No
covered
railing.
with
Okay.
grates.
I don't, I mean, I'd much rather there be even low growth, just so that you don't see the grates preferably there wouldn't be window wells on the front of the house, but if they're screened and just minimally, I would be fine with it.
Okay, thank you. Ray? I think you
I actually make a motion to approve this application, provided that screening is provided between the road and the wells.
I'm in a second for the point of discussion.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I want to get a clarification from Mr. Merritt. The privet that exists along the street now, does that obscure the visibility of this from the street?
Yes.
Okay. So does that meet your
It
concern?
does.
Okay.
Yeah, it does.
And would you mind maybe modifying to an Exhibit A, and we'll just mark in on the site plan the
Where they are.
the approximate location of
Yeah, okay.
in plan
All right,
view?
so folks, I'm moving to approve this as per Exhibit A, which will show where the light walls are going on the site plan.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So the effect of that is we just approved it, subject to one of us marking this up. And if you could maybe hang out, or if you could mark it on the site plan, the approximate locations, just draw a pen line in along the front line of the house where the windows will be, Victor?
Good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we can move on to 69 Hummock Pond Road. Matt?
Evening, Mr. Chair. You can drive, yeah. I'm talking to them, yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening. So while it's being pulled up, with your permission, I'll just give you a quick history. So this is a dwelling that this board has approved previously. There was an existing structure on site that the previous owner retained per the request by the HDC. So we're here before you tonight to show what that renovation is to be, and where it, I mean, we may want to start on the site plan. You can see where it's hatched in red, the red outline. So again, you've approved the main house, the garage, and the cabana. And so this structure, you can see where it was originally on the site. It's pretty much where the pool is proposed to be. And so we're just looking to shift the building back a bit. There was an HDC approval in place to retain what was determined to be the historic portion of the structure. And so we've stayed exactly within that envelope. And the window type, the original window type was a 6/6. Now, the main house for this structure and the ancillary structures are all 2/2. We are not proposing to change the windows of this structure to 2/2. If the board was open to that, we'd certainly be willing to do that, but given the review and the preference to keep the structure in its, as close to its original condition, we are embracing that variation in the window type, so that the identity of the structure has a reference to its history and is in line with the previous HDC approval. So with that, we could scroll to the elevations. Again, we're not proposing to add any or make dramatic changes to it. One thing I could point out on elevation, it's elevation 4. We debated whether or not we should actually have those rakes run continuous, so that it would have like a basically kind of it would transition from the 4 to the primary ridge. We're open to that as well. But other than that, we tried to keep it fairly simple. This is essentially what the HDC has approved, with the exception of some fenestration changes. We do have existing photos. You can see the existing condition of the structure. It's in very, very poor condition. A lot of the windows are in bad shape, not really salvageable, but again, in deference to retaining the original character of the structure, we are proposing to replace them, like kind. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Does anyone have any questions for Matt?
No, I'm fine with it if anybody cares.
Okay, Matt, I have a question. This structure is the structure that Robbie Newman came in with?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's right.
So to what extent are you it sounds like there's not really anything being retained of that, but it is being replicated.
We're going to try to work with it as much as we can. That was what our game plan was. You know, if we could start fresh, we would do that. But our goal was to try to pick it up and move it. You can't see from the photographs in what poor condition it is in. So I have talked with the owner, who's also the contractor, and they've expressed significant reservations about the attempts to pick it up and move it, but we are going to do our best.
Thanks. Can we go to the images in the east elevation? So that east elevation kind of gives it away a little bit, huh? With the sagging on both ends and.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, this is one I did not get an opportunity to preview. Okay, that was my question, and you answered it to my satisfaction. Who'd like to go? Ray?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Holly? Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So for the record, this is, after your review, I was able to actually find and put it in the approval, a NHA article about Aileen McGrath. This was Sunshine Farm. It was built by her father, Thomas H. McGrath, circa 1922. And we, I think through your review, opined that the remaining partial is what was the original structure. And the cottage originally, but before that, was mentioned to be moved from Cliff Road. So structures that we've been moving for a long time. So the previous approval of the partial demo that you all approved was subject to a relocation on site, including replication of porch, which is the character defining covered porch with the exposed rafter tails that was retained. The chimney, while attractive on the proposal, does not match the existing corbelling. It's actually opposite, minus the owl, of course. On the west, while the 3 ganged windows are a new configuration, I see why it was proposed. I do note that this is probably due to the condition of the structure, the floor plan doesn't warrant the full replication of the porch with an interior wall and windows on the higher elevation. So I just wanted to point that out. I did notice that on the floor plan, it does say it's the outline of the house to be maintained as declared by the HTC's previous certification. I hope that this structure can be retained, and if not, obviously being restored to the character defining features that the commission wanted to retain as much as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Let's see, who would like to go?
Well, Abby went.
Yeah, I looked at it and I think it's great.
And I'm great too. Now, the assumption being that this is a renovation as opposed to a new build, like not a demo, correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay, so I'm good.
Okay. Angus?
With the idea that this is being a renovation, I appreciate everything that is being proposed. Thank you.
Mel?
I echo that. I think the way the porch is being recreated doesn't read as a porch anymore. There's no corner boards and
Just,
it just doesn't have the same feel, but all in all, it's great. I greatly appreciate it.
if I could through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Matt, go ahead.
Just to offer to Val's point, because I was just looking at it too, is that we could run the sill continuously and treat the corner board the same way it is in the original photograph. That corner board might be a little bit fatter, but I do agree that having the sill running continuous and emulating the corner board condition is very easy for us to do, and we're happy to do that.
Cool.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I don't have any concerns. I appreciate I think it's a worthwhile gesture to extend the sill. The windows, of course, on the existing structure are wider, and there's no shingle at all, but and I know this is probably not going to be visible, but the chimney is just very odd to me. It's much taller than it needs to be, and I would dare say that this would be, these small structures, I think, well, I know, have the owls on them, and they're much more becoming. It did, yeah, it's,
Yeah, you can see it.
yeah, so I think that, that would be a nice gesture, a meaningful gesture, and also, you'd be able to lower the
Height.
chimney.
I can lower
Regardless.
it to code and put the owl or the cap on it.
That's my motion.
I can lower the chimney to the code minimum and then put the owl on the,
Well, the owl will count, the opening in the owl will be the portion you need to be 2 feet above the nearest roof plane, portion at 10 feet, and 3 feet above where you penetrate the roof. So you've got
Plenty
feet
of-
to work with,
yeah.
yeah.
happy to do that.
I always thought the owls had little holes on the bottom.
On the top,
Well, they have them on the
Both.
top, but
That's
I
what
thought
creates
they
the
had-
draw.
I thought they had them on the bottom.
I think you're fine. I
Okay,
know a guy
well,
who
anyway.
does those inspections, I think.
There you go. Did Abby's motion include the corner board things?
No.
I would,
not-
Oh,
I was going to help with
Exhibit A?
in Exhibit A, and the proposal would be that the mullions get a little bit fatter, so you don't end up with 16 inches of corner board at the
oh,
outsides.
that's a good idea.
Happy to do that.
And then continue the sill?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds great. So, all in favor of the hybrid Exhibit A motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
This is the window wells.
Got you.
Very big.
Yeah, I thought, I just was remembering.
So that's part of the motion is the owl.
Definitely needs an owl.
Yeah, I'd buy the ones that don't have the holes.
Yeah, it's like a little round.
Yeah. Okay, that's gonna move us to 16 Easton. Oh, wait, we're gonna go back one.
To 7 North
Yes,
Gully.
I got an arrow going to the top of the page.
Oh, right.
7 North Gully Road. Lisa, when you see this up, why don't you go ahead and do your presentation? I'll make my comment having put it on consent with conditions, and then we'll go to the board.
Okay. So the request for change was to change the windows from 6/1s to 6/6s, and to change the paint color from a gray to white, with the doors being, I can't remember the color now, mineral alloy, which is sort of a grayish blue. The front door, the mudroom door, the French doors would be white.
Okay. So I put this on consent because I thought they were appropriate. And Holly, of course, did her review and her comments were similar.
Where do we find it? Wait, go back.
You have to go back to consent with conditions.
No, I just found it.
Should I start since I pulled it off?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I forgot you did that, Angus. Go ahead.
I'm totally fine with the window change. It was the color. So this is this is north of everything that's in Codfish Park, and the previous most north structure is natural to weather and really softens that edge of Codfish to the rest of the undeveloped part of the flat north of there, running along the base of the cliff. And for that reason, the gray made total sense, whether it's that or natural to weather, so that it doesn't stick out so much. There's a fair amount of fenestration, and all of that just pops when there's white paint. So that would be my recommendation.
Thanks, Angus. So it'll be regular board and Joe. Would like to be,
I have no concerns.
Well, I have a question.
Joe?
Angus just said white paint. Where's their white? 'Cause
The trim is all changing to white as well as the sash,
And where's the mineral alloy?
just on the
show?
front door and the mudroom door.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Joe, any other comments?
I'd like to hold my comments for a moment.
Okay, and I just want to go back to,
Can I ask a general question?
yeah, go ahead.
Lisa, what do we see from North Gully Road? Which
You see the
elevation?
front porch.
Is that south?
Hold on, let me look.
South, yeah. So, okay, so we don't see the long,
No.
long way. Okay.
No.
Yeah. Could I just continue?
Yeah,
Just a-
please.
I think that a light gray would be appropriate. It's a very open, yeah, as Angus said, it's in that bend of the road there, and as you look down the beach, it's completely open. And I think if it was a sort of a minerally blue, it might draw too much attention, so I agree with that. I think it just a soft gray in the dunes there would be appropriate.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Al?
I went.
Went, Angus went, Joe?
Um,
Actually, before you go, I have a question. The last time I was at this structure, there's a row of privet that the only access to this lot is through the driveway. North Gully Road was, I don't know if it was privet in the common perception of a sheared privet, but it was more wild or like a lilac hedge or something. Is
There's
that not the case anymore?
Well, I think the intention would probably be to put that back, but there's no existing building there at the moment.
No, but the lot itself, when we originally approved this, we did a view.
I don't think there was privet there when you originally,
There's not,
There's
there
privet there
wasn't
now.
plant material there?
yeah,
There's
maybe there's some
privet there now.
scrubby
Privet there
stuff.
now?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Okay, I thought so.
yeah,
Okay.
but I'm sure they're going to want to privatize it to North Gully.
Okay, yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure I understood
Mm-hmm.
what was in place and what was intended to be in place. Thank you. Joe?
I guess I have a question, another question. So this was previously approved as 6/1s with platinum gray, is that right?
That's right.
And now we're looking at 6/6s with a white sash.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels, and I love this house, actually. And I like the more subdued feel of the gray. I feel like the change to white is being amplified by the window changes as well. I mean, if they were 2/2 windows, or even the 6/1s that were previously approved, I just feel like it's going to be busy with the window style and the white trim. So those are my comments.
I think the colors that they chose came from Le Petit Cottage, which is, I know, in town as opposed to in Codfish Park. But that's white trim, and that might have blue windows as well. The middle
Thanks,
alley.
thanks, Joe. Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, so I'm gonna stick with my original determination. And a big part of that is, this isn't like it was a Nantucket gray. This was a platinum gray, which is pretty much the whitest gray you can get without being white. So I'm not seeing a big difference there, sufficient to in my mind. I think with respect to perception, it's gonna be, on a cloudy day, the white is gonna look like the platinum gray, and on a sunny day, it's gonna be a little whiter until it starts to chalk up the end of the ocean. But that's just my perception. What do we wanna do, folks?
I'm happy to make a motion to approve as submitted with Nantucket gray for the trim and sash.
Okay, I'll have to second for discussion. It's currently platinum gray.
Right.
So
Yes.
Lisa, would you wanna
No,
opt to remove the color change from the application?
no, I'd rather just hold and then maybe come back, because I wanted to explore the idea of keeping the white and going to 6/1s,
Okay.
as Joe suggested.
Can I just say,
Abby, go
so, Lisa, are you saying, so the mineral alloy, wasn't that for the trim?
No, the
Oh,
trim
the
was to be
door.
white.
I was excited
I was
about the
gonna
blue.
Because I was going to say, the mineral alloy might be nice as a trim, because it would mute the whole thing into the landscape.
Yeah,
So
I gotcha.
Yeah, it's very blue, though.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Can I?
Joe, and then we'll.
Sorry. I think if there was a distinction between the trim color and the sash color, like for instance, if you kept the platinum gray trim, but we had white sash, I think that, I mean, I feel like I'm splitting hairs a little bit, but I feel like this cottage has enough, has so many things and pieces and parts that are very cute and appropriate to Codfish Park, and I feel like making a distinction with color might help. So the desire for white sash, I think, could be offset by a different color trim.
What about if you did white trim with mineral alloy sash? That solved the question too.
No, can I just say something? Because I spent the summer out. I actually went by this place like almost every day with the dogs. Okay, so if you're at Wade Cottages and you take the staircase down, you walk through these pine trees to the beach, and right to the right is this site. So it is virtually the last building you could have on Codfish Park before it turns into a dune.
Second to the last. There's one between this house and the water that is natural.
Well, yeah, there's one right on the corner there. Yes, that's true, and that's all natural, that's all natural to
That's
weather.
right.
So I'm just saying that it should be as quiet as possible.
Okay, so Abby's on the philosophical side of having this be blendy. Joe's on the side of having this be bungalowy, and it's a man-made structure and let it stand for what it is. I think you've got plenty to work with.
Yeah, can I
So
just
we
motion
vote
for
for,
revisions?
revisions?
Yeah,
That's my
because I'd
motion.
like to talk to the client.
Sure. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. I would like to see what that looks like with the mineral, the two-tone.
Could be cute.
I can't visualize things in my head, so I need to see an image of it, but I'm not suggesting you need to do a
I
simulation.
think the trim and mineral alloy would be too blue. It's
We have
very
the-
blue.
That blue, but
But as a
two-tone
sash could
maybe.
be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
What about
two-tone
platinum and mineral?
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Now we're gonna go to 16 Easton.
Yeah, and there's also Dan Bedell, who should be in the queue, who's the landscape architect.
Okay, is Dan gonna lead us through this, or do you want that honor?
I think there were no pictures, that's why I didn't know.
Is he on there? He is, okay. Let me see what he would like to do. I mean, I can sort of run you through it. I think it's pretty
Dan,
simple.
we can't hear you yet.
Yep, good evening, everyone.
Okay, we
There
can
we
hear
go.
you.
Dan, do you want to run them through the application?
I can do that. Yep, I'm
Great.
waiting for it to pop
Just
up.
wait till the pictures come up.
And we're steering?
Yes.
And so just kindly direct staff once you see your materials in front of you.
Yeah, I would start with the site plan right there. So what we're proposing on this site, 16 Eastern Street, is hardscape materials, driveway, site walkways, stepping stone walkways, and a terrace on the harbor side. So as we scroll through, there are inspiration images, I'll call them, or reference images for each of the materials that we're proposing across the site: bluestone or flagstone walkways, patios, and stepping stones, and then a crushed shell driveway with granite curbing. And that is the extent of it.
Okay, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this site is an infill within the OHD. It replaced the driftwood gambrel that was there in the 1880s. While crushed shell driveway is appropriate, the plan is lacking a required apron. The existing brick sidewalk, which I believe is still there, extends across it as the apron, and it should be shown on the plans, even though if it's in the town right away. So that should be notated. The existing driveway had a metal edging. I think that is more appropriate than having another impervious material in an area that floods. Hardscape material within the flood zone should be less impervious and consistent with the HDC's resilient Nantucket design guidelines. The bluestone patios should be reduced. The stepping stones, I think, are organic in nature and appropriate. I had a question on, the extent of there's a notation on the site plan that says a fireplace, something about fireplace, and I forgot what the notation was. Wanted that clarified. Oh, Fireplace Terrace. I don't know if that's just a name or is there an actual fire pit in that location as well? And then I noticed that there was proposed bluestone stepping area within the Concom's 50-foot buffer area, and I'm assuming that that's an approvable, but I think it would be nice to have that documentation if that's something that they've opined on. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
Stephen, can I
Mickey,
just?
You guys got anything?
Yeah.
I do.
Oh, sorry. Can I just make just a couple comments? Just the photo that is up on the screen is from Easton Street. It's 30 Easton, so it's in the neighborhood. And Dan and I did speak today about the apron. He realized that he had not shown that, and so we discussed adding
Correct.
that to the drawings.
Okay, thank you. That might provide relevant information to head off unnecessary discussion. Mickey?
Yeah, similar to Holly, the square cut bluestone paving is pretty formal, and it would be more preferable to have that of more natural color and shaped stone. And the fire pit is really not appropriate in the Brand Point area. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mickey. Who'd like to begin? Regular board and Connie.
Well, I did not have a chance to go by here and there was no pictures, and I know I'm a pain in the butt about pictures, but I couldn't visualize what I was looking at, so I'm not gonna comment.
Okay.
If it's helpful, if I can jump in, if it's helpful, I do have an image of existing site prior to any construction. I can share my screen.
Yeah, why don't you, Chris, it looks like it's just gonna be the primary importance is what's visible from the street.
Okay.
And the harbor, I guess. You've got one from the boat.
I do not have one from the boat up. This is prior to any demolition that happened from the street view.
Right, and currently that building on the right has been rebuilt as the garage structure.
Okay.
So, and then you'll have the other building that's
Okay.
outbuilding by architect is how it's labeled on the plan. So the visibility to the center of the site will be pretty limited.
Very limited.
Extremely limited.
Let's see, Abby?
Yeah, so I'm of the same as Val because it's so much information, but I'm having trouble with the outline, like where are the buildings, so I did not, I could easily go down and see this. I think maybe we should have a view and see can we see this fire, can we see all this bluestone. I'm not very comfortable making a comment as right now.
Okay. Angus?
I agree with what's been said.
Okay. I'm comfortable making a comment subject to a view. I think the element that was shown with the granite curb and the soldier course of granite block is overly ornamental and unnecessary. If I had to pick between one of the two, I think the more appropriate one is the granite curb. Is subject to being antique and not like a new square cut, and also not having a hone, but maybe like a rough hammered finish. The soldier course of block, Belgian block going around a driveway is just, it's very foreign and I think inappropriate.
I'll clarify that in this case, we are only proposing the curb, no soldier course. It was just an inspiration from down the street.
Okay, can we go back to that picture just for clarity?
Here, I will stop sharing.
Oh, and it's Dan, I'm sorry, I was referring to you as Chris.
No, it's okay. I stopped sharing.
Okay. There we go, the image.
The direction, yeah, keep going. I think it's at the end. There you go.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so it's just the
Yeah.
curbing that we're suggesting, not the,
Yeah, that soldier course is bad news
Correct.
anywhere you go.
Yeah.
And then my other comment is with respect to the bluestone. I think given its location, which is probably the closer part of 80 or 90 feet from the street, as long as that's not visible, it will be read as a field of a natural material that's appropriate and used. So I won't have an issue with it, again, subject to a view. So how about a motion for?
That's my motion for a view.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that
And will that come back next Tuesday then as a view, or what's the schedule?
Abby, was that part of your motion?
Sure, yes.
Okay, so we'll see it next Tuesday.
And would you like me to submit some pictures from the street as well, just so that they're in the file?
Thursday by noon.
Yes,
I can do
please,
that.
thank you.
In that time period, am I able to add the apron, or is that too much change to the application?
I think you can make it if you get it in Thursday by noon.
And no problem.
It would be beneficial, because we're no longer accepting materials at the table.
No problem.
Yeah, so yeah, just for that deadline.
Okay, so
Okay.
Thursday at noon. Thank you.
No, thank you. Now we're
Thank you.
going to move to 32 Bunker. Linda? Good evening. Excuse me, ladies, which structure, what business are you here for? Oh, okay, great. Sometimes we have people sitting for hours and hours unnecessarily. I wanted to make sure you weren't one of them. Linda? Yoo-hoo.
Metal building.
All right, 32 Bunker Road.
It's the electric company property.
Yeah.
All right, this thing's all off. It matches the other metal buildings on the site. It's a new metal building for more storage space, and they're going to have actually employee housing on the second floor, which is the first time they've done that out there. 50 by 40, 30 feet high. All the colors match. It's standing same roof as the other ones. Powder-coated colors. And it's inside the fence in the back of the airport, and this is zone commercial industrial. And there are several other metal buildings out there.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? The
Who's
board
sitting,
is
Mr.
regular
Chairman, by
board
the
and
way?
Carrie. Pardon me?
Who's sitting?
If you,
Not
just
right.
said, it's a regular board and Carrie.
I do have
A
comments.
regular board
Oh, I forgot
and
him.
Carrie
Yeah, I got it. And Carrie.
of those present at the table.
Mr. Chair, I do have some comments.
Okay, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this new metal building is for National Grid. This is in an industrial area with metal buildings all around, and I believe the metal building is appropriate. I had just a couple of comments and questions. Are there other 2 stories with exterior metal stairs in the area? Because I think that is a little different. Most of them are not for having a dual purpose, which I understand the intent. And the second floor people doors, I think, could use some sort of roof. I'm also thinking about what these are going to be used for. These folks are going to be coming over to the island when we're experiencing storms, and maybe it would be appropriate to have some sort of covering over their entrances. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Let's see, who would like to begin?
I get,
Abby.
Linda, you know, when you go out to the airport and you see the industrial thing, and you're skirting the airport, if you went to the left, would that be going to Matagasham, or just how close are we to that Matagasham road?
It's right next to this one. It's, if you go out south, I guess it's South Road.
Old South Road?
Whatever it is, it's South Road.
It's,
Is it New South? or-
it's the
Yeah.
left right before it.
It's the left,
like
right.
within 200 feet.
The
So-
left goes the other, that
Okay.
way before you go into the airport restricted
Can I
area.
go to the site plan?
So, it says old, I know, I think it's mislabeled.
I think so too.
Well, Bunker and Old South are.
But anyway, so, Linda, I'm just thinking at 30 feet,
The Google map one,
The one above that.
there you go.
There you go.
One more. and
Go
zoom
one
out,
more.
please. Yep, one more up.
Oh, yeah, you can't really see it.
Yeah, it's right there. There's Industry Road.
This is industry.
There's the building lot. So you go straight and it curves and you're still, the airport's on your right.
This is
Does that
yeah,
answer?
yeah, I think my point is that at 30, I see the, but maybe keep that vegetation in that, just that pork chop part so that you don't look down and see it.
All the vegetation that you see up there is outside the security line. It's over there. It's nothing to do with us.
Anything else?
Just that, yeah, no, that was my only concern.
Vegetation.
At 30
Angus?
feet, it's, you can see.
Yeah, I guess my concern is the two-story height of it. It seems like the other buildings out there are like story and a half or something.
No, they're
in
not.
large storage.
Linda?
So that's my only concern. The shallow pitch is just like, that's part of the industrial look, but then to sort of add a residential feeling to it, I think there's a conflict there. Like either it's commercial and it's like all the other commercial buildings, or there's like the windows and so forth for residential use, and it has more of a residential feeling to it, which wouldn't necessarily be metal building and shallow roof pitches.
Can we go to the other pictures on the
Yeah,
site?
because-
For goodness sakes.
We're gonna go to Val.
God.
She can ask for
Did
pictures.
she say, oh, God?
Did I? Yes, I did.
Val has the floor.
I'm out.
Well, you realize that you're just setting a tone for that to happen every single time. Linda
out.
doesn't want you on an application.
No, I'm not gonna, but, oh, okay,
Sure you don't
fine.
want to come back
I
up?
can use it.
I'm not in the mood tonight.
Okay.
I'm not either.
Joe,
This
are
is a
you-
metal building that matches the two-story
I'll
metal
go.
building that's already
Linda,
there.
please.
Who's taking the place, Joe?
Joe
I'll go.
is.
Yeah, I previewed this. I'll sit on it.
And I'm gonna have Carrie go though first, just because she was waiting. Carrie and then Joe.
So, yes, this is an industrial building. Yes, it's residential, I imagine temporarily for electricians who are coming. Hopefully they don't live here permanently.
No.
But I do believe along Holly's lines that one of those staircases should be enclosed. It will also give us an end mass that, if it's visible from anywhere, will break down to another little piece. But they're traveling up almost 18 feet as Holly said, in a storm. A little bit more respect for your employees. Give them an interior stairway, for God's sakes.
Can't.
Thanks, Carrie. Joe?
I agree with Carrie's comments.
Okay, thank you. I agree. Aesthetically, I'm not concerned about the stair cover, given the location. However, it would be a nod to utility to include it, so outside our purview, but I appreciate the fact that Carrie mentioned it, and I supported it in that nature.
It
What
would
do we
add a
want-
little secondary mass to the whole structure. So architecturally,
Yeah,
they're-
no, I heard you on that one. I'm not personally concerned about that, given its location, but
Yeah.
I appreciate that you were.
but it's our purview is
We want a motion.
architecture.
Motion, someone?
I would,
Full
motion-
revision?
sorry.
Well,
Joe,
why don't
anybody?
you second Angus's for purposes of discussion, and
That's fine. Yep. Thank you.
then what would you like to discuss?
I was just going to say, I would motion to approve with one staircase enclosed in a secondary mass with a window or two. That's it.
And just along this lines of discussion, are you comfortable with that being a motion without the board having explored what that will look like?
It would be staff approval. Because of the location, it's
Oh,
really not a concern. This building is already industrial and not the most attractive thing on Nantucket. So I don't think adding a bump to it would hurt it.
I don't necessarily disagree. I just want to make sure in facilitating the meeting, everybody's clear about what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, well then,
Well,
we'll
I'm sorry.
motion for revisions then.
I'm not clear, because this is
Okay,
in the
hold on,
middle of
hold
this
on,
whole sea of metal buildings and an asphalt plant.
Okay, so I think what Carrie is basically talking about is extending or adding a jog that is a similar profile, which is a low slung gable, basically extruding it, pulling it towards you if you're standing on the stair side elevation, pulling a portion of that building face out so that it encloses the stairway.
I can't change the dimensions of the building, I've already asked that. It would have to be some sort of a wooden thing stuck on the side of it. I can't change the dimensions of this building, it's a kit building, truss building, and it's coming from the manufacturer at 50 by 40, period. I can't change that, particularly where it is, I want to stay out of the setback. So I don't know how to do that unless I stick a wooden wart on the side of a building in the middle of an asphalt plant and a end grid tanks.
So given that new information, I think we're at both a revision, so you can put together what that is going to be and what it looks like.
But do we have to do that on this structure in the middle of the industrial zone?
Linda, we've got a board and we're trying to make.
I'm
sense of-
flabbergasted, frankly, this one flabbergasts me.
Okay, we've heard you, that's it. Carrie,
So which stair do you want me
Carrie,
to
do you have any
enclose?
further
It's your
discussion you'd
choice,
like to
Linda.
have?
The north would make the most sense, I think.
Carrie, do you have anything further you'd like to say?
No, hold for revisions.
Angus, you were saying?
Oh, I was suggesting the north elevation that faces Old South Road.
It doesn't
Have
face
the
Old
dock.
South Road.
And the more visible side that the stair is located on would be the one to Shroud.
Actually, I think that's the least,
And,
less visible.
Angus, you want to go back to your motion for the revision?
Hold for revision.
Thank you. No, a little more clarity on your motion.
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Gary?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Goodness me.
I'm flabbergasted by that one, guys.
Oh, Linda, any given Tuesday. Let's see. We are now on to 26 Somerset. Is this Yuri?
Yes, he does being raised.
Your eye? Thanks, Linda. Names are important.
Mr. Chair, can you establish the board, please?
Let's see. It will be the regular member sitting and
Hello, I'm
rotation. It's Connie.
can you hear me?
Yuri, when you see your site plan, are you steering?
I think I can go from what you present, except I probably would like to share the just few photos from the street because the ones I have is just one. I want to show you the visibility from the street.
Okay, I'm confused though. Do you want to share photos first and then we'll do it, the site plan, or?
Yeah, I
how do you
guess I
wanna run
can.
this?
Yeah, I can share the photos and then we can go from your screen.
Okay,
after
please
that.
proceed. Thank you.
Just need to share the photos.
Guys, by the way, while we're getting set up, it's basically 6:30, and just as a goal, it'd be nice to get through new business at 8:20, which is just 30 applications. Yeah. But a lot of them are duplicates. It's gonna be pretty simple. Let's go for it.
We've never
Okay,
seen.
so if you can see my screen.
If they were
We can.
complete and had pictures and stuff.
So
Okay,
these,
Yuri, go ahead. Your eye.
yeah, so these 26 Somerset, where we previously applied for moving of main house and the cottage or second dwelling, or actually garage, which you can see on this photo right behind the car. There is a little bit of the garage. The main house is behind it, where you cannot see it. It's so much vegetation there. It's about like 200 feet behind, I mean, from the street back. And we are trying to keep as much as the vegetation as possible, of course. So this is the other house. So this is
Okay.
just what I wanted to show that.
Your eye. How about we go to the elevations? This is like,
Yep. So the elevations.
and please in the future include your images in your packet, even if it's
Yeah.
a separate, if it's a supplement that's labeled and indicates it's the images, it'll be more helpful. And it may even have resulted in this being on consent with conditions or without.
Yeah. So yeah, the area was too late. I didn't see.
Okay, quickly, please walk us through this.
So this is the application for the main house. As I said, it's set back. It's I'll show you the front elevation.
How many square feet is this?
It's 28 feet tall, the main mass, and then 21 feet the side masses with the front porch. There's a Nantucket gray and a platinum gray trim and natural roof. And yeah, it's kind of step back towards the back of where the pool will be.
Okay, let's see here. Who would like to begin? Any
pretty
questions
simple.
for Uri?
I don't think I need to explain more.
I'm happy to start.
Angus, please.
So the facade just, it feels chaotic. There's a front-facing eave, and then there's another eave with a shed dormer, and then a gable. It feels like, none of them are set back far enough. It feels like they're all competing. And generally, we don't have the side lights and the glass in the front door. So that's a start. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Angus. Let's see, Val.
I actually was gonna appreciate the different massing, even though it is just a short distance back from the front. I think given the distance from the road and the visibility, it will read better than it, you know what I mean? More appropriate, like additive massing. The thing that concerned me was, I know there's a chimney in that little gable facing the road. If there could be something there, it's just such a blank. It just
Yeah, it
like
can
is
be a window
missing
edit,
something.
maybe, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see, Abby?
What I was drawn to is the fact that the building is setback to setback. It's squeezed right in there, and the previous building was so much smaller and sort of more appropriate to the site. So if you're going to change the architecture, I would give a little more space on the sides and not do it so, setback to setback.
Thank you. Connie?
So when I first looked at this, I had this on my consent, and it was, I think, similar to what Angus said. So I don't really have anything else to add that's not already been said. I'm just gonna throw it out there, the railings on the front just look stingy, or, I don't know, they just don't seem to fit with the rest of the house. And there are 3 fireplaces, I believe. You're right.
Yeah.
There, okay. And one of them is external to the building, I noticed.
I got it. Just,
Yes,
I don't know why it takes so long.
on the rear.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. You're right, yeah, I mean, so you're getting some pushback on at least the west elevation, the front facade, and the, I think, for me, you've got some competing concepts that we don't normally see, which is a gable forward, secondary mass, and a 1.5 story eave forward on the opposite side. The covered porch on the gable forward doesn't help. You're getting like a Dutch hip, which is creating, I think, I think you're getting some resistance on that. That chimney at the rear structure, the outboard chimney, is going to need to be at least 3 feet above the ridge for code. I just mentioned that because it should be reflected properly on the drawings. And what else? Mine kept crashing. Yeah, that one.
That's the inboard.
Oh, that's an inboard one? Well, what am I looking at here?
There's 3
Oh,
chimneys,
that one
so
is
you
3,
can't
yeah.
see it on the
There's a
big
chimney
screen.
in the back, yeah.
Come back down. Come back down, please. whoever's,
Here?
yeah, the chimney, up, go back up, stop. The chimney there on the left of the, yeah, that, no,
No, over,
on your first floor mass.
right there.
No.
This
down.
one?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I think we need a motion for revisions, right?
Motion to hold for revisions.
On your motion,
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, we are now going to the new pool. Do we want to just?
Track?
Track? I'll make
Like
that
this
motion.
track.
You want to track that?
It's not visible at all, but I
If he's changing the design,
Yeah, I
It
mean,
should track, but
yeah, why
if
don't we
he's-
track it in case you want to make some substantial modification to the structure, which is unlikely but could still happen. On
Okay.
your motion,
aye.
same board, Angus?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Oops, we already did that.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Let the record reflect, Ray is back. And we're on to 15 Old North Wharf, renewal 72026, Val.
Yeah, I was just hired to get this renewed approval. So I know these ladies have concerns about the easements and rights of way, but I have no response for any of that. Sorry.
So I have a question. This is a straight up renewal?
Yeah. It's,
Okay.
it's still, it was Nathan McMullen that did
Yeah.
the plan, and it's the same plan, exactly. I just copied it.
Is the renewal because it's
It
expired?
It
Okay,
ran 3 years.
3 years, okay.
Okay. All right, well, why don't we go to Holly? We're gonna just go through our process here and see where it ends up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this structure is a circa 1940s. And it was reviewed to elevate and add stairs back in 2019. I believe that it's 3 feet tall. This was done prior to your resilient Nantucket design guidelines. However, given the abutters' concerns outside of the HDC's jurisdiction, I would recommend, if there's any possible, to try to look at if there's a new way to put internal stairs. And there's may need, and maybe even look at providing an elevation certificate, because again, this was prior to resilient Nantucket design guidelines, so we don't have that to correlate with the elevations as well. So those are my comments, and we did receive extensive butters, couple of emails and some photographs that you all have in the record. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Mickey, I want to take a little more tighter line on this at this point. Do you have architectural comments to make?
Well, I do. And I get that this is a renewal and that puts it in a kind of different category, but I think that the roof pitch has gotten a lot steeper if you look at the original drawing, and the height has definitely gotten taller. So those are my only comments. Thanks.
Okay, and just to clarify, you're saying with respect to the original versus the prior approval that's being proposed to be renewed?
Correct.
Okay. Val hasn't changed what was previously approved.
No,
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 I
she's
didn't
just
draw
So
anything.
I'm just clarifying for
Yeah.
people who are home eating popcorn. We can, my suggestion on this would be that we would want, in order to meet our current guidelines, well, first of all, before I comment, do you have comments on the architectural elements? We, can understand and we're sympathetic to your concerns about other matters, but we don't deal with rights of way, easements, lot line violations, none of those things enter our purview. And frankly, if we were to consider them in a public hearing, it could jeopardize if I'm not suggesting you will, but if this went to appeal, that's not our purview. So if you want to speak about architectural elements, we're happy to hear those comments, but otherwise we'll move on to our own deliberation. Please approach the mic. Thank you. And if you could just state your name and your
Okay.
address.
My name is Nancy Mitchell,
Hi,
and I
Nancy.
am the abutter immediately to the south of 15 Old North Wharf. And I won't address title or right-of-way. I think the plan that I submitted clearly shows our right-of-way, which was not taken into consideration when these plans were drawn. I came to the HDC office looking for the prior approval, and I couldn't find them. They weren't available. I asked the administrator, and all she could provide was what, the submission that is presented in the packet. And I ran through all of the minutes that I could find, and all I could find was the submission, they were asked for revisions. I could not find an actual approval. So the fact that this is being called a renewal, I just take objection to. And basically, on the submission itself, it doesn't show the boundaries and how much space is available for the things that they're trying to put in there.
Okay, and just for your awareness, if there's something that this isn't our purview, but if there's something that violates zoning, which would be setback requirements, and certainly even on a zero setback, something that goes over the lot line, then the building permit typically would not be issued. So that's where in the process something like that would be addressed.
Okay.
We don't address it, but you mentioned it, so I wanted to mention it. Ali, on the prior approval, do you have anything to?
Well, first, I don't know who this person was that they spoke to, so I can't opine on that or whatnot. But it was done prior to our current software, 2019, so probably right before we got into the software. I would assume it's in the building. I assume that's probably where Val got a copy. There is a COA on file somewhere, so I'm a little concerned that this, Ms. Mitchell wasn't able to have somebody help her find it. I would recommend to come on in again and having staff to take a look at it. That's all I can offer.
Thank you. And Ray, and then I want to give this some direction.
It does have the stamp on it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
that's
I guess.
what I was gonna say.
Okay.
I'm looking at a set of elevations. Now, let me make sure and all this is on Nathan's title block. Okay, it's not Val's.
No.
And it says approved.
Holly?
So before Nathan and his wife left the island, they actually have their approvals that they've received, and they've left them here in their folder. So more
might be
than
the place to
likely,
look
that's
for
where
that
it is,
copy.
at least for his copy,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
I can't,
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
Okay, so a couple comments on this. I recall this application. I was actually in the minority. I voted against it. I'd love to open it up again and reverse the decision, but that's not how we've operated. And I would urge the board to have strong consideration for the fact that that is how the commission has operated, is to respect prior approvals. I think it is valid. The only potential for modifications would be to submit the format information per the required guidelines. And the reason for that is because if something has changed and this is required to be 12 inches higher, there would need to be a modifications to the drawing. I will point out in relation to that, that those modifications will be required regardless before it can be built. So we could approve this even without that 12 inches built into the drawings, but it still can't be built because the drawings don't match reality. It needs to come in for approval. I think it would be beneficial to the process to have the format turned in, verify that the elevations work, and we can proceed from there. I'm more than willing to entertain discussion on this topic, but I'd like to keep it directed towards the particular application after Holly comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I forgot one other thing. With this being a contributing structure, typically we look for historic determinations on the history of the structure. Again, that allows it to be at the 3 feet, which is what was approved as, versus whatever FEMA would have required.
And I vaguely remember we discussed that. I think that's where we ended up with this one. But hopefully we'll find some more information with Nathan.
And it was heard again in 2022. That's when I wrote my letter. So at that point, they were trying to raise it even higher.
Yeah.
And then he left.
Okay, guys, crosstalk really isn't working. I think what we've decided on that is Holly's gonna take a look through the folder, and if you wanna stop in there, Val, maybe set up a time and go in and look through it with Holly to see what Nathan has on file. That would be beneficial for everyone. Would anyone like to discuss the bigger issue here, or what do we wanna do? Ray?
Well, Mr. Chair, it's always been my opinion that unless there's a dramatic change in the context, that renewals are pretty much pro forma. So that's where I am, and I would be willing to approve this with the additional information that has been discussed, the ferment and the historic determination.
Okay. May I restate that?
Yeah.
Briefly. So, in other words, you would be willing to approve this subject to the ferment matching the elevation shown, or there being a historic determination on file?
Correct.
And if not, then you need to come back with
in.
whatever modification is required. Right. Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Angus?
So I understand the format and the policy of whatever has been approved. If you go to elevation, or I actually maybe pull out from this one, but I think that's with the blue sort of streetscape. Yeah. I mean, this application in the middle is different from everything that surrounds it. It's got developed third floor space, dormers where there aren't any on the adjacent buildings, exposed stair. I understand lifting a building, and that all makes sense, but this has really changed from the character of what's around it, and I would feel bad to approve this, but I understand the policy that is ongoing, so that's all.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so Ray, did you care to make a motion?
I would move that. Want me to restate it?
Yeah, if you don't just.
Yeah, okay, so approve the renewal subject to the ferment matching, or the drawings matching the ferment. If not, a historic determination needs to be made.
And will you, if one doesn't exist?
If one doesn't exist, we have to.
And if they don't match, does it come back to us?
Yeah, that's.
If they don't match, it has to come back to us.
If they want to go higher, right?
Yeah, if they have to, let me just jump in real quick. If the data has changed such that, one, this can't be, it wasn't approved as historic determination, you gotta come back for historic determination. Failing a historic determination, you would need to adjust the elevation of the first floor to meet the FEMA guidelines. I don't think you're gonna go down that road, I can't say for sure, but Nathan, was pretty thorough, and they haven't changed the maps in probably more than 8 years or so. So it's kind of pending, and so that's Ray's motion, and you'll be so kind as to write that on the
Yes.
COA. Holly?
Sorry, I hate to belabor this. But in order for them to be less than what FEMA requires, which is the 3 feet, the historic determination is usually what part of the process. So it's not one or the other, it's both.
No, what Ray's saying is either or. So let's say it in the reverse. If a historic determination isn't found, it needs to meet the ferment.
Right.
If it already meets the ferment, it meets the condition, it's been renewed. If a historic determination exists, it doesn't need to meet the ferment, it's been renewed. Okay. In that instance, it doesn't meet the conditions, it's got to come back to us if they want to renew it, because they're actually going to have to modify it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you can also cross the streetscape out, because Angus is right, that doesn't look like the actual approved elevation, so.
Okay. On your motion, Ray,
Aye.
I don't recall establishing, I think it was Joe who was up next. So the board is a regular board sitting and Joe. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that carries. Thank you so much. 87 Main Street.
What? Why? Why do they
No?
have two?
Do we have any abutters? I know there were
A
some
lot of people
abutters.
don't understand
For what?
that rule.
87
You know,
Main?
The means of egress thing. We get a lot of stuff.
Fence gates,
Or maybe it was an email you forwarded, Holly, I can't remember.
Yeah, there was some concerns from abutters, but they're,
But Mark's not here?
but Mark's not here.
That is Mark, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just, we'll bypass that one, and we're gonna go, sorry, I'm making my little boxes here to keep track of this all stuff. 215 Cliff Road, Verizon. Is Adam here?
Yeah, he's here.
I think the issue with this was that there isn't actually an elevation of what's proposed, is that correct?
There's like 1,000 pages of technical information.
I think they're actually,
So,
The addresses were wrong, I had them clarify that.
okay, so Adam, are you with us?
He's on it, but not
Oh, he's
unmuted.
muted.
Adam, we can't hear you.
173 pages.
We cannot.
Try
hear you.
again.
Mr. Chairman, the board.
Regular
Here he
board.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
These are all regular board unless somebody steps off.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, Adam, so what we'd like you to do is, are you going to present, or are you going to rely on our staff to do that?
You know what? If you just want to go to page A5 on the construction drawing,
this one.
I'll just briefly summarize what the work is.
Always a good place to start. Yeah, in the future, please, you won't need to submit this information for the HDC, and in fact, it's going to work against you.
I don't know.
This information being the voluminous pages,
85 is just a chart.
technical
No,
details.
I think that's actually elevation there. Are those the lines that go up to the
There's
tower?
a better one if you go further down in the packet. Can you give me the page, please? Yeah, hold on. I have 107 street pages.
Yes.
Basically, what he should be only providing to us.
150.
You guys, yeah, Adam, right?
Yes.
What page is the elevation on, please?
It would be A5 on the construction drawing.
What page is that?
A5 or 85?
A as an apple, 5.
Apple. Adam's apple.
Page number 69.
There it is. No, it's A4. It's A4, please.
Go to the sheet above. The sheet above.
Go to the sheet
Were you
above.
on,
So, yeah.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, A4.
Oh, that's lovely.
Okay. All right. Do you have anything to add? This is a T-Mobile cell site?
So
correct?
previously it was a Sprint cell site, and 3 years ago, T-Mobile and Sprint merged. So as a result, the purpose of modifying the equipment at the cell site is just being able to handle the increased customer base
Okay.
in close
so-
vicinity to the tower.
So Adam, I want to kind of redirect you here. What are the modifications that you're making to the cell tower?
Okay, well, so there's 3 existing antennas being removed. They're installing 9 antennas. They're removing 3 radio head units, installing 6 new ones.
Can we zoom up,
removing
please, so we can see the entirety of the structure?
removing Sprint's hybrid cables and then installing 3 new hybrid cables. And then finally removing 2 cabinets from the ground and
A little bit,
installing
so we can
3
see it,
cabinets.
but we don't have all this space at the top and the bottom. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, now, Adam, when you say antennas, you're referring to not the central structure, referring to the attachments,
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, just so everybody's on the same page. Yeah. Okay, what do we want to start with? Who wants to start? Pardon me? Holly, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a modification to an existing tower. It's not increasing in its height. It's a simple modification to an existing T-Mobile co-location on a guide tower. They're adding equipment building, which is typical for the industry, located within their equipment compound for the tower. On the 218-foot existing tower, the antenna will be at the 130-foot mark. I don't have any concerns as staff. It meets the National Pragmatic Agreement on Cell Towers, which is an agreement between the ACHP and the FCC. So I have no concerns. I've reviewed these previously.
Thank you, Holly. And Adam, you want to clarify just for everyone that there's no actual change in the location of any of the devices with respect to the site plan?
There's no changes. There's no change to the footprint of the cell site.
Okay, thank you. Who'd like to begin?
No issues.
No issues. Dale?
Are they gonna shingle it all the way up?
Yeah. Well, you understand the tower itself is there. They're not changing that.
And they're not adding a building.
And they're not adding a building.
Little equipment shelter, which is on the site plan.
Yeah, I mean,
In their compound.
Angus?
I'd be happy to make a motion for approval.
Before you do, I just want to, Adam, I don't know how frequently you come in front of the HDC, but beseech you to, one, provide a site plan and an elevation, and that's it. And mark up the site plan and the elevation with a bubble, a red bubble as applicable to indicate what's being changed. We don't need to see the prior existing, we just need to see a bubble around what's new, okay?
Okay.
And we'll consider that a complete application and not bounce you back and delay you for a long period of time.
Mr. Chair, for the record, I wanted to mention that the plans indicate that this was for 14 Eel Point Road, and it's actually for 215 Cliff. Just wanted to clarify because there was some confusion that I had to ask on.
Right, and are those, is that a naming convention issue or are they actually different locus?
Two completely different locuses.
Okay, Adam, will you address that?
So the previous permits we have from the building department, they list the address as 14 Eel Point Road.
that's the other tower.
Okay, so that's up the street and on the left, and that's not this one. So Angus, your motion should please include that this address be modified to 215 Cliff Road.
Yes.
Okay, what's your motion?
That.
Excellent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we don't need this built in the wrong place. Thank God.
Thank God.
Let's see, we got Carrie next.
Can I cut to the chase on
Yeah.
this particular one?
I think so.
Well, let me just tell you, you
reviewed
can
that?
see, I have the initials. I've initialed this. The only reason that I didn't put this on consent was because, as usual, it's very difficult to tell what exactly the color is when we're looking at photographs. Because I look at all the precedent photos and, you know, they are blurry, to say the least. What?
Yeah, I can explain.
Okay.
So the photos, they were taken actually by my client since he knows the neighborhood so well. And none of them are the exact color. They're all similar. And I thought I wrote that on the photos, that these are examples of similar colors in the neighborhood. This color, Green Gables, is, according to my client, the historic color that was on the house that's called 7 Gables or 5 Gables or something. But the one example that is closest, which I actually don't even have a photo of, but it's of Pulpus Road, I think it's number 211 that Val did not too long ago. There's the color right there.
Oh, yeah.
On the hill on Pulpus at 211, that funky old house that belonged to,
Maurice Gibbs.
yes, Maurice Gibbs. That is the color. These are just examples of similar, sort of crazy light greens in Sconset, light greens, light blues. I'm sorry, the quality stinks. And they're just different combinations of sash, trim, doors. And so what our application shutters. So what our application is for are the sash itself. And I think that's it. I don't know. Oh, maybe the pedestrian door under the porch. Not on this building. This is the building that, sorry, the photograph that of the house was the original house. This is for the new garage that we built in the backyard. That was approved not too long ago. So that color change is part of our application. The other part of our application is we got approved a third garage door in the rear of this building, and they do not want that anymore. I don't know if anyone remembers, it was a little controversial. Diane thought it was really dumb to have a third garage door on the back. We actually would like to get rid of it and put a pedestrian door and the shower. That's all on the rear of the building and none of it's visible. Does that clarify?
Yes, thank you. Okay, Holly, did you have anything on this?
I am a little concerned with having a color that's not necessarily on your approved list without having more historic backing information on a color that's outside of your list. So was it historically for this site? That would be nice to know. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay,
And this is a non-contributing structure.
Thank you. And along those lines, Carrie, you've got swatches. Is there a swatch stapled to the application?
No, but there's a photograph of.
Could you have that air mailed in with the Tesla shingle that's coming in?
Yeah, but if you scroll down, I think the color's pretty good.
I don't.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, not knowing what the
That
color
is the
was originally. I wasn't sure that was the case.
sash.
Oh, yeah, I don't think they have a historic photo of the original color. It's all whatever, sorry.
We got a question for you, Carrie.
So you do have one that shows the Marvin window. Is the sash, is that the Gables green or whatever?
Yep,
Okay.
that's the color.
And, okay, so it's kind of a soft foam green.
It is indeed.
Okay.
Okay.
And so this is a garage or something, or is this?
Yes, it's a garage. It's a it's a garage studio.
And does this match the main house?
The garage door, the trim is
color.
white. On some of the doors of the main house, but they do want to revert back to this color. So someday we're going to come back and apply for it. I wish I had the whole interior of this house is this color, and my client swears up and down that the windows were this color as well. So all I have is his word at this point.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Angus?
It would be great to have some sort of verification that this was a historic color, as that it's not a typical, approved color. But I don't have an issue with it as shown in that photograph with the Marvin 6/6 saying green Gables green on it.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Val.
And I was incorrect. This is a 1940s contributing structure. My apologies.
Oh, no, sorry. The garage is not. The house is.
Thank you, Carrie. Sorry.
Yep. You're right about the house, though.
Yeah. It's some of the doors, not all the windows.
I don't have a problem with the color.
It's very
I don't have,
responsive.
yeah.
Okay, so that sounds like it's back to me. We're channeling Monomoy blue and Lincoln blue, but in the foam green, and I'm feeling 7 North Gully. the two color tones and.
No.
So it's in the we're back in Sconset now. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be nice to have a historic reference for this, but I think at this point that, do we have anything from Sconset Advisory?
I got an email from Rob saying no concerns on the applications
Okay.
this evening.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Yeah, I think I'd go with them on that one. In my gut, it's actually surprisingly attractive, but, okay. What do we want to do, folks?
Approve as submitted?
Oh, thank you so much. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. We are
Thank you.
skipping along to 4 Coffin.
Oh, that's me.
That's Val. That brings us to, I think, Connie.
Yeah.
Actually, Connie, would you mind if I flip-flop you with Joe? Since Joe had sat on this one to review it for consent? Just to, our feedback loop, it'd be good to get his input. See what questions he had. When you're ready, Val.
Little one-box modular as an adjunct to the existing house. It's 16, less than 16 tall. Details to match the house. I got nothing else. Who reviewed it, Joe? So-
Okay, we'll get to Joe in just a minute. We're gonna go to questions. No questions. Holly, and is there any Sconset?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was no concerns on, from Sconset Advisory. The main dwelling on the lot is a 1963 ranch. I think that I don't have main concerns. I noticed that the structure is modular, and it's very, modest in size, stature, and I had no concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Joe, did you want to comment?
Sure. Well, I thought that well, first of all, the structure is simple enough. So I didn't have any issues with the structure per se. It was really the siding. And I thought that the board would want to have a conversation about it because it is forward of the house and the areaway with the rail is right at the front yard setback, and was on the street.
Behind the hedge.
What's that? Oh, yeah, behind the hedge, yeah. Well, and so, I mean, given the diminutive scale, I thought it was appropriate, and I also thought that it's not touching the existing house, but I thought the perception would is that it's gonna read all as one structure, sort of like a U-shaped structure with a front yard. It looks like they don't use the garage door on a regular basis anyway, but, so in a positive way, I thought, yes, it's close to the street and it's a secondary structure, but it's gonna be so closely tied, and with this gable forward, it kind of fits the language that it might read like a U-shaped house. So I really went back and forth on whether or not I should put it on consent, and that's how it ended up here. Because since I was internally debating it, I thought the board ought to take a look at it.
Thanks, Joe. That's helpful information. Let's see, Ray?
I'm actually fine with it. I can understand with Joe's explanation as to why it didn't go on consent, why it didn't, but I think that those issues are remedied in my mind, given the site and given the hedge.
Okay, thanks. Anyone with any concerns?
I have some
Abby?
concerns. I think to me, it feels pinched in, and I see why Joe wasn't confident about putting it on consent. I think the stairwell being right on the street, if there's any way that could be internalized and everything moved towards the street, I think that would be a little more, fit the site better. Right now, it's really shoehorned in. I mean, I appreciate the height, I appreciate the size. It's just, it's pretty tight.
Thank you. Let's see, Angus?
Thank you. I I appreciate the scale. I think that it could fit on this tiny, relatively tiny lot, but I also appreciate Joe's instinct to not put this on consent for all the reasons that he brought up, it being forward of the front. Not that the garage isn't already, but that sort of feels like a wing and isn't really, you know, the focus really is more towards the front door. I would slide this back a considerable amount. And the areaway just is on top of that, being too close to the street. And this is a real crossroads here, Coffin and Sankaty. It's a busy intersection, and there's a lot of traffic through there. So it's a high visibility spot, and it just feels shoehorned in the front of the lot. So I would want it to be recited. Thank you.
Okay, Angus, thanks.
Can I make a comment, Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
Or
briefly.
wait? I would just say there's a house for sale right now that's on Main Street in Sconset. That house that is a big, huge U-shaped house that just goes on and on and on. I forget the number.
Green
So
chimneys.
to me, it kind of could read like one of those. Just wanted to say that.
Well,
Which, I'm gonna go and then we'll take second bites. Val, is there, I mean, programmatically, this is gonna be a separate dwelling, that's why it's not connected?
It's not a dwelling, it's just extra space for when the kids come. There's no kitchen per se. I mean, there's a little beverage station, but no stove. They won't cook out there.
All right, you might wanna take the 2 burners out of that drawing so you don't get hung up in the building
In the
department.
kitchen.
'Cause it's gonna read as and not label it kitchen, because otherwise you got a permanent sanitary cooking and a bedroom, so that's a dwelling. The reason I asked is I was just curious why it wasn't connected into a U shape. What about flip-flopping this so that the stairs are towards the rear? And more of this is buried up against the privet towards the front.
The stairs can't go in the back because there's a door back there and to get to the backyard. So we have a side door and a rear door. And the owner was very adamant about wanting the stairs to the basement there. And we felt because of the vegetation that's there and the railing, we could make it look like a fence. If there was concern about that. I just don't think anybody's gonna see that it's a basement stair.
Okay, fair enough, just asking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think what my only concern then at this point, and then I'll go to Abby, is that the balustrade be changed over to a type 2 fence.
Okay.
So it does look like a garden space as you're walking by. And, you know, maybe have a little bit of room down there, you can put a peach tree. Look like a garden. Abby?
I don't know if this would work, but you were talking about green chimneys in the U shape. I wonder if it couldn't go where the driveway is and you put your driveway where you're, just recite it.
We don't wanna take the big trees down.
It wouldn't fit like,
Don't make me call Diane on you, Abby.
yeah, no, I think you could fit it, I don't know. I think it could squeeze in there, but, and then you would see that it's only, what, 16 feet high?
It's less than, actually.
So it would, as you drove by, you would see the hedge and then you'd see the roof, but at least you wouldn't see sort of the back side of this. Anyway.
I have a
that's just
closing thought after Abby's done.
No, I'm
Okay,
finished.
and then I think we're gonna need to move this. Go, Joe.
Well, I think the green chimneys is an interesting precedent. And the first thought that occurred to me is whether or not you create a connection that's even just a fence that connects these two together with a gate is one. But the front, when I look at the areaway, it's an L-shaped stair, so that areaway is substantial. I mean, it looks like it might be 8 feet or something like that. If that areaway went away just for a second and this whole thing slid forward, you could probably rotate it and have it be orthogonal to the house, and I bet you could then slip the basement stair between the house and the side property line, possibly. I mean, I don't know, I'm just throwing out ideas, because I do think the perception will be that it's all connected as one structure. And, you know, maybe you make that physical connection with a fence piece, and I think it get mitigated. And I like the idea of the type 2 fence towards the street.
Okay, thanks. We're kind of in different spots, so I'm gonna need some help with this, folks.
Well, could we,
Hold for a revision?
Yeah.
No.
I think, Val, hold on a second. If I'm having difficulty understanding where we have consensus, I think it's fair for the applicant's agent to be in a similar position, and asking for revisions is, at this point, we need to provide some clarity.
yeah, we've given 3 suggestions.
Yeah, we're given 3 suggestions that are very different, and we're materially different enough, and we don't have consensus on those. So I think what I would ask is, how many people believe this structure needs to be relocated in order to be approved?
The yard is too small.
We have the floor, thank you. So we've got 2 people who feel it needs to be relocated. How many people feel that this is approvable at this point? Subject to a type 2 fence.
I could get there.
And I'm gonna say something with respect to Joe's comment. Joe, although, through you, Chair, although I respect the idea of the orthogonal, moving it forward, moving the stair, I'm pretty certain, I'm certain one thing would happen. One, the gable end of the building would get closer to the road, right?
Yeah.
That's obvious. The other less obvious thing is I do not think that you're gonna be able to get a stair inside of the setback line on that side. In other words, I don't think that will really work as a solution ultimately. So, you know, I think it was a good thought, but I just don't think it's gonna happen. And I'd prefer to have the building further back, honestly. That's my view.
I agree with that. But subject to that, I think it can be approved personally.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see where it goes. I'll move to approve this as submitted.
With the type 2 fence versus the ballot?
Yeah, I did like that idea. Yes, that's my motion.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
I'll be a no.
I'm a
So
no.
for the record, Angus and Abby are opposed. Okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
Not sure that's where I thought that was gonna end up, but I wanted to get some clarity. Now we're on to 12 Back Street, an as-built fence. Carrie Thornwell.
Oh, yeah.
Shame on you, Carrie Thornwell.
Yeah, I got out there and built it all by myself.
Bow your head in shame.
What?
No, not Val.
Okay, what do you got?
Okay, so this is Jim Salzer and Barbara Elder's house, and they had a fence built before they got approval, and it is to the left of their house, back in the very end of at the back of the house, sorry, at the end of the driveway. Next door, there is an outdoor shower. So it's sort of visible with the next door neighbor's outdoor shower. It's a natural board cedar fence. If you scroll down, you can see it. I did take a bunch of photos. There it is. Hopefully there's a photo showing the next door neighbor's shower, which is right next to it, a few feet, but I hope I have that one. If you keep scrolling, are there other photos?
Carrie, no, unfortunately, when we received it, they were individual, and I don't think any of us put them
Sorry.
together.
Okay, so sorry.
Ladies,
so-
so Carrie,
Yeah.
I've just gonna cut you short there for a minute. I got a question for you. This is the only section of fence?
Yeah.
Okay,
On
just
this-
want to verify that.
Yeah.
Holly, do you have anything?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is associated with this infill dwelling. While the 6-foot fence isn't typical, there are some board fences in the area. I think any shorter, it would be incongruent with the neighbor's outdoor shower. Unfortunately, this photo doesn't show it, but Carrie did provide a photo that showed the difference between the outdoor shower at the neighbor's yard and in conjunction with this fence, and that outdoor shower is actually taller than this fence. So, that was kind of a concern that I thought. I think any shorter, it would be a little odd. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Mickey, are you going to weigh in on this?
Just briefly, the fence is okay, but if they put a planting bed in front of it, it might soften it a little bit. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much. Val, you were on this. Did you want to comment?
Yeah, I thought it was consentable, but I guess because it's an as-built, want a fee. Is that the?
Usually an as-built is up to you all.
Okay, yeah, so you guys just, please, I just asked to get feedback both ways so that you are clear. If a commissioner puts something on consent, they understand if there's a concern, and then you guys can resolve it. Fair enough? Who would like to go with maybe a motion to add some plantings around somewhere on one or both edges of this thing and move it along?
Yep.
Is that Ray's motion?
Yep.
Through staff, exhibit? What do you want to do?
There's a gate in the middle, and they could probably plant a few little things in front of either side of that.
I think just on the corner, on the ends.
It looks like they have a pot on the end to do just what you're saying.
Okay, I'll do an exhibit A.
Okay, so Ray's got an exhibit A, adding a little bit of plant material to soften up some edges. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, I'm not pushing that through, but I'm pushing that through. Everybody was on board. 87 Somerset, Tobias?
Thank you, members of the board. 87 Somerset, we're just doing some solar. It's very heavily screened. It's on the corner where you take the left out to play some golf on Somerset. It's on the side and the rear of the structure. Cam Gamble, he likes his privacy, and pretty straightforward. Happy to answer any lovely questions you might have.
Okay, appreciate that. Does anyone have any questions?
I'm trying to find it. I know I looked at it before.
Mine's just taking a minute to load.
Yeah.
As a refresher.
There it is.
I can maybe maybe to walk through if it's taking a minute to refresh. So
Can we zoom out a little bit,
Oh,
please?
it wasn't clear. It just looked like it was a ghost
zoom out.
house.
Well, it still looks like a ghost house.
It is a ghost.
Yeah.
It's a site with solar panels.
Are there roofs?
Yeah, so your CAD layer didn't transfer.
That's exactly what happened.
So it's showing the site plan without any structure.
Yeah, so it's
So Tobias, I think the only salvation here is God invented Tuesdays, and we're going to be meeting Tuesday. So turn in the drawings by Thursday at noon with the structures, and we'll redo it next Tuesday.
Not a problem.
Fair enough?
Yeah.
Could I make a comment?
Yeah, I wanted to ask.
Just to the photographs, the photo D is the only structure that you see. Is that, is there solar on the back of that, but not on the front?
Thank you.
The front, so this is going to be slightly confusing. As everybody knows, there's a Somerset Road and a Somerset Lane, okay? This view here is from Somerset Lane, the dirt road
That's
section.
the east-west one, not the north-south?
This would be the south elevation. And then the front of the house faces
Yeah, guys,
Somerset
I
Road.
think.
But I'll bring back some.
Let's get the drawings in, because I appreciate
Yep.
Angus is wanting to get clarification, but it sounds like it's more complicated than it needs to be. So we'll get it all together and
Thanks,
done. All right. Motion to hold for revisions, thank you.
Yeah, that's my motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, carries unanimously.
The fence.
All right, so Connie is up. And Connie will sit on both of these. You good with that, Connie? Okay.
We're on Will-Win-It Road?
Okay, guys, if we get down to 2 minutes and 35 seconds per application, we're gonna get through these.
We're gonna what?
We'll clear the new business of
Oh.
8:20.
What's, we don't get a ice cream or something?
Sugar and coffee to get that
Yeah,
kind of timing.
If we get through those, I'll buy an ice cream.
Thank you.
I'll head down to the juice bar. Sundays for everybody.
All right,
You ready?
yeah, please.
Okay, this is an application for a new house at at 100 Walwinet Road. As you can probably see from the site plan, the visibility is really going to be from the water, the beach, because of how far back it is from Walwinet Road.
Okay,
The east elevation faces Walwinet Road, and the west elevation faces the water. I do have some site pictures. I did email them. I'm not so sure if they made it into the packet.
Not in the packet, but they all received an email of it.
Today, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I have them in my hands here too. If you need extra copies.
well, you at least got them in the email. That got shut down earlier, so we're gonna start
Well, I don't know
watching
if I
that. Okay, questions, anyone? Anyone?
I have a question about the west elevation in the middle. Is that screen that we're looking at on the
No, they were
the
meant
middle
to
of the
be.
porch?
No, they're meant to be picture windows.
Okay, thank you.
Angus, anything else?
That's all for my questions.
Okay, anyone else have a question? Who's the board? You wanna go, Angus?
Not yet, I'm still.
Okay.
Thanks.
So my only concern, I think, is from the street.
From the
And
street?
the pictures are all from the beach. Can you locate where in one of these pictures?
Okay, so you see the house that has the chimney on it? That's natural trim?
Wait, we gotta go to our,
Here, let me hand these to you. I'm sorry.
oh, hold on.
Thanks.
Oh. What tells that one?
2 stories.
Are these as tall as yours, Lisa?
Ours is much further back from the beach. So the site is essentially this photo. That this little tree is on that site. This is the house that's in front. It's much further back than this house.
Okay.
On the beach.
Okay. We need to get your photo taker to sign up a little bit earlier, because then,
No, essentially it's me, it's my house.
but then you could take those to the site and we'd see them and we'd be able to say, oh, this is great, and move it on. Okay. Any other questions? So Lisa, my question is the grade change. It looks like there's a fairly substantial grade change along the property line, right?
Yeah,
So
well,
that's my concern without looking at some retainage.
let's see, I'm just looking to see. It was 2 feet of grade change along the north, no change on the south, 2 feet on the east, and 2 feet on the west. Because I think the grade, I can't really see, unfortunately.
Oh, right, okay, so it's 2 feet on the south, on the north, not the south.
Yes.
So the south is the property line, so
The,
it's
the
on
south has the highest grade, and we're sort of
Yeah.
taking those.
Okay, it was hard to read the existing
Mhm.
grades with this resolution. Okay, so that was a question I had. Who'd like to begin?
I'm happy to start.
Angus?
I appreciate the additive massing, especially the north-facing second floor bay and how that works with the gable and sheds. It feels quirky, like a beach house. I'm a little concerned with the 6/6 and the 2/2, and then the picture windows, and then the 6 light doors. There's a wide variety. This house is from scratch, right?
Yes.
What was the rationale for that?
I think the rationale was to make it look like some of these were added, like the wing that is on the, let's see, I have to just get my bearings here. So if that's east, that would be south. That, with the 6/6s and the casements above, we felt like that could look like an old sleeping porch that had been enclosed. I think that was the major rationale for it. To make it look like it was maybe built over time.
Thank you. So in the end, really my concern is the amount of glazing on the west side. And being out on the water there's the sunset, and all those like become mirrors. And so I appreciate the massing of it, but I'm a little concerned about the amount of glazing facing west. I'm not quite sure how to remedy that. I wouldn't suggest. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who'd like to go next?
I can go,
Abby?
I can say what I like about it. I really am enjoying the hip roof, those sun porches on the north. And I think there's another, you can see it also on the east, with the smaller windows. I'm really taking that in, really loving that. I think it works with the 2/2, your story of how it evolved. And I see it as an old-fashioned beach house that, it could even be dark green. I think the chimney seems a little stout, and a little, I could almost see that taller and simpler, but I think it's a really wonderful design. So I'm not gonna, and I thank you for not moving the soil minimally, and not putting it, on the top of the hill. So.
Thank you, Abby.
Thank you.
Abby, Val, you ready? Connie, you ready?
Yeah, I do. I appreciate the design. I don't really have any other comments, maybe the concern about the glazing. I don't know that turtle glass. I don't know if that would help on that with those big picture windows. And my only other comment is the size of the roof walk looks pretty wide, but that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Val?
Or not wide, long.
I think my only comment was the roof walk too, because it's a story and a half, not a 2-story, so it's a little bit of an anomaly, although that lends itself to the overtime story. Maybe it is the size. It's a little bit overwhelming.
Anything else?
No?
Okay. Thank you. I think it's a really attractive design. There are a couple concerns I have. One, Abby mentioned like a green. I think the mineral alloy would be a good color to
For the trim?
Yeah, and
Not
the
this
other,
one.
well, and maybe with a little bit of Nantucket gray and then on the sash. The roof walk was my principal concern. Number one, I think this probably works out to be more than a third. And I think given that this is arguably a 1 3/4 story structure, are you gonna room that space out, or can that be open without a skirt?
We can make it look like it's open without a skirt.
Because I think that would help.
Yeah, it wouldn't look as heavy.
Yeah, I think it really would make a difference there. And then the other comment was just in passing on the west, the covered porch on the second floor, if you view the north elevation, kind of stands out as being oversized with respect to the roof mass, but you're never going to see that, and you're certainly not going to see it from the ocean. So I'm just commenting.
Okay.
I don't think it takes away from the overall attractiveness, it's just that that's a covered porch, so the open space below it doesn't balance out with what's on the other side. So just nitpicking, but on balance, and I think it's well done. What do we want to do, folks?
Just shorten the roof walk and take off the skirt?
Yeah, and Lisa, I caught that you said you can make it look that way. Do you want?
Well, I mean, I was saying that we could make the skirt look see-through, even if we'd still want a skirt, I think.
You could get rid of skirt the land side.
Right, where it's not visible.
The other side, the water side, which is the visible side, open.
Yeah,
We can do it that way.
that'd be great.
Can it just move a little in so it's not hitting that gable?
Yeah, what about that?
Can you make it a third of the width?
Let me just look at the front.
It'll just make a motion a lot easier.
I don't know if it's gonna
I'm getting a shake of the
make it
head from
worse.
Ray. So they'll knock it down to
We
a
can narrow
third.
it so that it doesn't run into the gable, and then we keep it symmetrical on that roof
That
mass,
might
so
be
it'd be
easier to
about a
build.
third.
Okay, so it'll be about approximately a third of width on the roof walk. No skirt on the ocean side.
What is the chimney material?
Chimney material is brick.
Brick.
Yep, water struck brick.
Okay.
And that roof walk is natural, or would that be the platinum gray as well?
It could be natural. I don't think there's an issue with that.
Should we do an exhibit A?
Yeah. Is there a preference?
For the roof walk
Yeah.
material, I'd like to see it platinum. I don't.
It would blend in with the red cedar roof.
How about if we
it's
do
natural.
I was gonna say the skirt, but we don't have it on the water side. The skirt is natural and then painted.
I'd go kind of one way or the other. But I'm fine either way, but all one.
Me too.
What do we want to do, folks?
I would do it natural first before you.
All
paint.
right.
Okay, why don't we do natural to weather, roof walk, approximately 1/3 of the roof width, and that will address the
Open on the
gable,
back.
open on the back, on the ocean side. And for an exhibit A, is that your motion, Val?
That's my motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries. Thank you, everyone. That moves us
To the garage.
to the new garage. I've got the stamp over here, Val. And same board, so Connie's on this one. I think is Carrie gonna be up next?
Oh,
Okay.
When you're ready.
Just waiting for the other drawings.
Tick-tock.
we've got some grade change.
But the idea was to make this look more like to make it be a barn structure with garage, because of the grade change, the driveway is much lower. You would have the garage bays on the driveway down at the lower level, and then a single-story barn structure above that.
Anything else?
No, I think that is it.
Okay. Who'd like to begin?
I have no concerns.
I think it's charming.
Charming. Val? Connie?
Ditto.
Ditto. Connie, did I hear a motion?
Ditto. Oh, a motion to approve as submitted?
Thank you very much. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, 5A Field Ave, we have a new kind of fence. It's called Renew.
Oh,
Is there anybody here for that? 'Cause
Yeah.
this, okay. I mean, I looked at this for consent, so I don't know if it makes sense to.
Yeah, she's got her hand raised.
Okay, so Beth, let's make sure we can hear you while staff are pulling it. We're gonna multitask so we can get it under our 2-minute and 23-second. Can you hear us?
Hi.
Okay,
Yes, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this a renewal of a previous, it appears?
Yes, I've had it renewed once before, just haven't gotten around to implementing it.
Okay.
I got it approved the last time for her.
Oh, thank you, Linda.
No drawing of the fence.
Everyone, hold on a quick sec. Joe, did you?
Yeah, well, not only is there no drawing, but this application and the previous application that were included with this, it just says fence, and none of the colors are picked, and none of the materials are checked off. So, and the site plan, I didn't see anything. I'm just noticing now on the screen that there's two little sections of fence that go from the corners of the house to the side lot, and there's a gate, but I don't know if it's 4 feet tall or 10 feet tall.
6-foot board.
Yeah,
That's
even
what I
that would
would-
have helped. So anyway, that's why it wasn't on consent, because I wasn't sure what we were consenting to.
Right, the original application, two before this, that didn't expire, that
Linda,
expired,
please,
had all of that
please.
information on it.
Well, there's two applications here, and none of them show materials.
Okay, Joe,
So that's it.
does anyone have a material concern with this other than needing to get clarification on the site plan with annotating the height and clarifying the location of the fence?
I just have a concern with the 6-foot board fence being up at the front of the house.
Okay.
It starts at the front corners of the house and goes back, not on the street.
So, yeah,
I need
it would
more
probably have to be
information.
back like 8 feet or something from the base.
Linda, I think where this is headed is either we need to mark it up here, or we're gonna need to have
The original.
we're gonna need to have the original included. Actually, don't we typically,
Should have been there.
should have been in here is,
I
Yeah,
just
she didn't include
emailed
the
it.
original, she only included
Linda,
the revision.
please. Beth?
Yes,
Did you
I
have a-
just emailed it recently to Fiona. I found it and I emailed it to her, but I did not submit it with this original, this original renewal, so.
Fiona, are you familiar with that? Okay, it's up on the screen. Can we see the fence annotated somewhere?
There it is.
Okay, so
Oh, look at
that's a
that.
materially different.
The gate's at that front lower right corner
And is there a spec somewhere?
on the application page. That's my handwriting.
So there's no drawing or picture.
I don't see 6 foot anywhere.
Up in the
Says
right
5 and
little
1
box.
Lattice,
Lattice 5 and 1.
6 foot, 5 and 1.
Right
Yep,
there.
natural to weather.
Okay, can we go back to the site plan, please? Just so we,
What, the
on the.
one?
The original. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, and Beth, what was the original approval date?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, June 20th, 2018, I think,
Yep.
26th, yeah.
Thank you. Can we actually see the site plan? This is not helpful, thank you. Okay, everybody's clear on the layout. Can we go back to this file, the application page, please, and show the signature block? No, the one that was,
There you go.
no, back to the one that we were just looking at, please,
The 2018 one.
and go to the application, please.
There you go.
To be screened in perpetuity. Okay, so
Yep.
that's where we were.
Is there a pool?
No.
No, the fence
Not
is
allowed
to
to
be
have
screened in
pools.
perpetuity.
And not right on the property.
Yeah. So, that's where we were, that's what was approved, and are
That's
we,
what we reapproved.
and reapproved, and now they're asking to have it reapproved. So, we can reapprove it, subject to a condition that if it ever comes in again, the original application has to be included in the application for the renewal.
She will not be doing that again.
I won't be doing that again, thank you.
Where are we with this, folks?
Well, I'm okay with the renewal as long as we keep the language in there about the vegetation, the screening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually grown a lot since the original approval, so it'll be more screened.
And Beth, not right on the property line.
Okay, so a little bit inside?
Yeah, because then the vegetation will screen it.
I think
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm
she's
just
saying is
making it clear, yeah.
So the motion includes filling out the application, saying the
No,
material
the
and the
motion
finish.
is gonna be to attach the original approval to the renewal. Is that your motion, Ray?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll get there.
I'm just gonna sit out for a tiny
Oh,
bit,
boy, I think all of us want to.
because I lost my brain.
Okay, 35 India Street.
That's me
Just
again.
gonna
Abby,
machine
I hope
on
you're
through
finding your
this.
brain.
Carrie,
Yes, hello.
hello.
Hello. So I'm still laughing about Abby's brain. So if you go to scroll to the photograph of the front elevation of this existing dwelling,
Scrolling to the photograph.
there it is. So right now it is Essex green shutters and an Essex green front door. And the purchaser of this home would like to do Gardner green shutters and change the front door to a color that is called India yellow, not Main Street yellow. It's a little richer than Main Street yellow. I brought in a color board that I actually painted that you might have at the desk with you in the file. I do not know. Otherwise, I think there's a picture of it, a scroll of it, but we know what digital does to color, so.
Carrie, before you go further, can you just comment on the photographic image of the colors? Is that an accurate representation of the colors?
Yeah, I mean, as best as you can imagine from a photograph, but I took it in the daylight, so it's, as clear as it can be. That's
That's
the
a
India yellow.
golden mustard yellow,
Yep,
number 66.
yep.
Okay, let's see, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this structure is a typical Nantucket circa 1786, with some alterations back in the 1880s. It was built for George Lawrence, who was a mariner, and for almost 100, actually over 100 years, it was the Gilbert Swain homestead in the Swain family. I don't believe this color of India yellow is appropriate. I bet the name obviously is. The color reminds me of something from other New England towns, not necessarily Nantucket. It seems to be outside of our norm. I think that the previous color that's on the house is more appropriate. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey, did you guys have anything?
Yeah, same. Gardner green's fine with the shutters, but the yellow seems a little strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, who would like to go?
I have a question.
Ray.
Okay, so there is an approved yellow on the chart for Ben Moore color. And the name is escaping me. There's about 100 or so doors painted that same yellow.
Main
Is it
Street
Main
yellow?
Street yellow?
Main Street yellow, and this is actually more muted than that. Main Street yellow is pretty bold, so I think, I'd rather see that as a yellow than Main Street yellow, honestly, so I'm okay.
Okay. And let's see, Val?
I think the green is great. I'm not sure about the green with the yellow. That's my only apprehension.
Okay, let's see, Abby?
Oh, she's off.
Oh, I'm sorry. So Joe?
You want me to speak on it?
I just know how intense you are in the colors, so I didn't want to give you a chance. That's all right.
This was your big chance.
Joe?
I have no issues with the green, and seeing the yellow sample in front of us, I could see that pairing well with green, more so than Main Street yellow. I'm apprehensive because of the color combination. I mean, I don't know what the solution is, whether or not there's a mock-up of this in Photoshop and something to
Oh,
make
Lord,
it.
I don't have that capacity, not to
Out.
get the right colors.
Hold on, Carrie, hold on. Ray, did you want to comment on that?
I do, and it's probably something I should have said earlier rather than now, but, okay. So we have a list of approvable colors. Oh, that's great. No, so to look at them, because I think we're kind of getting into an interesting and perhaps difficult zone if we're saying, well, I like this green with this red, but I don't like this blue with this black, you know, and we do it routinely in terms of the sash color with the exterior trim. Yeah, Main Street yellow, folks, is very, it's like really watered down, almost white.
Yeah.
You know? Now, it's, would I do a yellow door with green shutters? No, but that's my personal preference. So I'm trying to keep that out of the mix, you know?
That's not the Main Street yellow that we usually use.
No, I mean, that looks like it's been sitting in the
Yeah,
sun for
the
about 2
other
months.
one's much more vibrant.
Mhm. But it's lighter than this.
Yeah, but,
Unquestionably.
yeah. Okay, Joe, did you want to add or supplement your comment?
I'm fine with the green, but I'd need to be convinced with this particular shade of yellow.
Okay, and Val, you went, and I think Angus is up, right?
I'm definitely fine with the green shutters. I'd rather see the door be green as well. I'm trying to think about the houses that have yellow doors, what's going on with the rest of them.
Good question.
A lot of them
I
have
think-
white trim.
But shutters, probably no shutters.
Well, I, sorry to interrupt if I may. I wish I had taken a picture of it, but I saw it only like a week or 2 ago. There's a house on Main Street that's got green shutters and a Main Street yellow door. I was sort of shocked that I saw it because I also am a little bit surprised about this combination. And I was shocked to see it, but there is an example on Main Street. But I think my client would be happy to take the Gardner green shutters and door and then come back if he.
Carrie, before you
Yes.
start horse trading, I'd like to get through the comments.
Okay, sorry, I just wanted to say that we would accept
Yeah,
whatever.
no, I just,
Green.
let's see where the votes go.
Thank you.
I'm actually okay with this color. I think it will look appropriate with the dark green and the gray shingles. I will disclose, I am a Green Bay shareholder. I am a Green Bay shareholder, and this is a historic color combination in that regard, at least. This color combination versus the Main Street yellow actually strikes me as more harmonious. And if it's going to be yellow, I would prefer that it be this color. If we were to approve this, it would be patently on a test case basis. You could use a Sherwin-Williams Photoshop renderer. I don't know that it's going to give us the realistic color patterning that we'd want to see, representation we'd want to see. And I will note that this does get sun, and there's no storm door, so this is going to bleach out a little bit. I think it is going to bleach out to that happy medium where it's still more appropriate than the Main Street yellow. Personally, not trying to persuade anyone, but those are my thoughts. Do we want to, what would we like to do?
Didn't we just do Main Street yellow with green on Amelia Drive? For the old, the restaurant? Yeah.
I thought it was black.
I'd make a motion to approve with Main Street yellow and the green shutters as proposed.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Not sure? Aye.
Okay.
That was with Main Street yellow and,
On a test basis.
wait, I'm just trying to clarify. Sorry.
I'm
Hello?
sorry, what, Gary?
I'm just trying to clarify. You're changing from the India yellow to the Main Street yellow.
No, that didn't pass.
Oh, but that, Oh, I think that's what Angus just said.
Yeah, but it didn't pass.
Oh,
How many ayes were there?
2.
Wait a second.
There were 2 ayes and there were,
You were not an aye.
I was not.
Okay.
yeah, there
So
were
it's
2
just-
ayes, Ray and Angus, and there were 3 against, Joe, and myself, and Val, correct?
I was not sure.
And then you said aye. Right? You said aye.
Okay.
So
I
that
mean, you
means-
could reconsider if you want, but,
No, I'm not sure.
okay.
Okay,
So is there a
now,
new motion?
So the motion is to approve as submitted with the India yellow being on a test case basis.
And what does that mean?
meaning.
12
that
other
it's not
people can't come in.
Like, right.
Yeah.
The guy next door can't come in and say, well, you approved
Okay.
it there.
Yeah.
We do this occasionally
To be
for this reason, you know, like if we're willing to try it out once. It's like this solar shingle thing in Nantucket that didn't actually go up. It would have been a test case if they had gone up, and then we'd be able to judge the merits. So, who made that motion?
I did with the proviso that it be revisited in a year, not formally, but we'll take another look at it.
Right.
So it's, we
Okay.
recently did this in something else.
So you said all in favor?
With a motion made, I'll say all in favor.
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Oh.
Thank
my
you so
goodness,
much.
There it is.
Interesting.
Okay.
I'm excited to see it, actually.
Thank you, Carrie, for having faith in the system.
Yeah.
what else would I ever
Not always
have?
gonna come out the way you want, but, 37 Somerset, Val. Yeah, I will.
Case basis then?
You know, we have to use our words sometimes, and it takes a little longer, but we get it all squared away.
Okay. This is a shed that you approved a month or so ago for Nick Ray. Gonna use it to make his jewelry. And he decided he wants a basement under it for storage, so we put an outdoor stair and 2 windows.
Okay. Let's see. Angus, do you want to comment on this, for our feedback loop?
Sir, if you don't mind quickly, who's the board?
Oh, Bill's gone.
Connie?
Thank you for the reminder, Fiona. I think it's Connie, right? No, it's Carrie. Yeah, Carrie. And then Connie, and then Jill. Okay.
Oh, and one last thing, I think that's,
I need 2, you get 2, yeah.
Abby keeps throwing me.
what, she's back in.
I knew she'd be back. She cannot give up on a basement with a shed with a basement. This is her forte.
It's important to note the driveway is moving to the north of the house, and this will be revegetated in front of it.
Okay, Angus, you want to comment? You had this.
Yeah, I was trying to communicate with Val about this project, and it never really came together. But hearing that the driveway is moving north, I'm okay with it.
Okay. Does anyone have any concerns?
No.
Ray?
Nope.
Do you have a motion?
I do. I'll move to approve this as submitted.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Carries unanimously. Carrie, you're opposed?
No, I'm with it.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna redo that. Angus on the motion?
Aye.
Abby?
I was, do you need me?
Yeah, we're gonna
Okay,
vote.
I'm an
Ray?
Aye.
Joe?
I'm not on it, am
Yeah, you.
I was
yeah.
on it.
I? Okay, aye.
And Carrie?
Aye.
Oh, no, because Abby came back in.
Yeah.
This is why I wanted to be out of here by 8 o'clock, because I start to lose track.
So Fiona had a dream that I asked to stop this meeting at 8 o'clock, and actually at 8 o'clock, I said, I'm gonna stop.
You want to stop the meeting? Is that a motion?
Oh, no, we can't do that.
Okay.
We have another 50
I
to
joked
go.
about that a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I
got
know.
into very big trouble.
Okay. So let's do a quick reset. Connie, first, we're going to go to the next application, which is 61 Pocomo. And we have the full board here, so we don't need
Yeah.
And hopefully I won't have to figure out where we are on the rotation again tonight.
I don't think on this one.
Pardon me?
I don't think we're gonna need to on this one.
Yeah, no, we're good. Let's see. Do we have a rep?
Yeah, Alexander.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Alexander, it's difficult to hear you. You're very muted. Can you step closer to the mic?
Yes, I'll move the mic closer to me and try this. How's this?
Try one more time.
Hello?
That's a little better. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everybody.
Okay, why don't you walk us through your application?
First,
And kindly direct staff to where you want to be in your submission.
you want us to run the slides?
I want you to please describe the proposed work.
Okay. The first thing that you're looking at here is sliding the house back 5 feet away from the water. And we're then adding, we're restoring the house. This is obviously a Venturi house, super precious commodity on Nantucket. And our client is very interested in maintaining the house as close as possible to the existing structure.
Alex?
Yes.
You're going to have to turn up the volume on your Zoom. It's on your
Can I make a
microphone.
suggestion here?
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with this. The first part of the application is simply to move the building back. This is one of the famous Trubeck-Wislocky houses. This is Dave Trubeck's house.
Yes.
What's that? No, but the owners are Trubeck and Wislocky. Venturi, what did I say? Did I not say Venturi?
No, you said the two names of the original owners.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Venturi did them when he was at University of Pennsylvania. They want to move the Trubeck house, which is one of the pair, back 5 feet further from the water, and that's evidence from the site plan. And I think that was the only request, except for, I think they want an areaway, which is another separate application for, an egress window in the basement.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's just address that. Does anyone have any concerns with the move the building 5 feet?
No.
Mr. Chair, can we,
Holly?
yeah, thank you. So yes, this is the Trubeck House by Robert Venturi in 1972. It was built with in kind, the Winslock House. I was concerned that there was no historic information with this application, all three of these applications at all. I would hope that that's not on purpose, because these are, significant structures on Nantucket, built at a time that, while we did not have our true design guidelines at the time, HDC was nonetheless in process, and these are Venturi's Nantucket style, style of a shingle style structure in their own right. And I do have some comments for your consideration on the three applications from Nantucket Preservation Trust, if I'd be so inclined. So here are some thoughts on 61 Pocomo Road after talking to a few Venturi scholars at UPenn and the original project architect for the Trubeck House. Railing. The simplicity of the original porch railing is in the scale with the house, and the new railing isn't comparable with the simplicity of the original design. Is there anything that can be done to simplify the railing while still meeting code for
Holly,
the wells?
Hold on a
Yep.
second, because you're on the
Part two.
alteration. So
Yeah.
right now, we're just on the move. Do you have a comments on the move?
I do have a comment on the move. I think it's very minimus, the move.
Okay.
And I will say, while the other structure has been moved from its original location, these two were designed and built in situ, if you will. And I think I do have concerns on the move while de minimis as it is. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. And then we'll pick up your comments on the other one when we get to that one. Okay, let's see. Mickey, did you guys have anything?
No, Stephen, we didn't look at this. Thank you.
Okay. Who would like to begin?
I will.
Please.
Okay, these houses made it into my thesis project when I was at RISD. So I know a lot about them, and they're fabulous houses, very indicative. He was sort of the father of postmodernism, Robert Venturi. Moving the house back 5 feet is not going to materially affect the integrity of the building, so I'm fine with that. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Does anyone have a concern?
Yeah.
How about a motion? How about Ray, since it was his thesis?
Okay. I move to approve the move back.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Now we're gonna go to the hardscape,
Yeah.
regular board. Alexander, I hope you had a chance to
Talk on the railing.
turn up your volume a little bit.
We've been trying. I don't know if you can hear me better.
Stop muttering. It's what's listed on the application.
I'm sorry, are you asking me?
No, we had a comment here on the floor.
Okay.
We can hear you better. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so we're proposing to add a small stone patio, blue stone patio. And I can maybe, there you go. You can see it on this slide right there. There you go.
Do you prefer Alex or Alexander?
Alex, please.
Okay, Alex, so why don't you just address the visibility of this patio from the street?
It's not visible from the street.
Okay. Does
The
anyone
house
have
is-
any concerns? Holly?
While it's not going to be visible, I hope it's not going to be visible from the beach.
Yeah,
It's
given
all-
the angle of inclination. Alex, can you address that?
Yes, it's basically at grade, inches above grade, so you will not see it. We have some photographs from the beach. We did not submit the photographs with the application. I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any concerns?
No.
I do have, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
From Marion MPT, she did say she suggested the hot tub to be pulled back from the porch, maybe align it with the rear of the house to keep the hot tub and paving in the background. Landscaping could give more of the hot tub its own defined space, and I concur.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Anyone? Concern?
I don't know, because I don't know what anything's gonna look like or.
Okay, can I try to shape, I mean, I'm not for either way, but I just want to address visibility. Alex, you've got a set of steps on their site plan.
Yes.
One, you've got a site plan that shows the locus and vegetation and a set of steps to the beach, and one that shows the residence and a closer detailed representation of the patio and the hot tub. Can you give an indication of what the grade difference is from the approximate house grade to the beach?
It's gotta be 15, 20 feet.
Yeah.
15 feet approximately.
That's right. Okay, so 15 feet, Bill.
Yeah.
Is what?
Is
It's
the beach
grade.
below the grade of
The drop, the bluff.
No.
this isn't visible from the street. If it's visible from the water side, the difference in the sea level and the grade is approximately 15 feet.
So the edge of the bluff obstructs the view.
And you're 50
Unless
feet
you're
back.
further out and then there's vegetation. So
Yeah.
this might be an instance where we indicate not visible time of inspection or from the water forever after more, including a tsunami.
I'm just not gonna say anything.
Okay. You're not gonna say anything because you don't have a concern, or you have a concern?
Because I don't understand this building and what's happening to it and what's facing the water and what's happening to the building, so I'm not saying anything.
Okay, Alex, can you explain,
I don't know nothing about it, and if you're concerned about the integrity of this building, I would think there'd be more concern rather than. that we
okay,
can-
We're intending.
Val has said what she's gonna say.
Yeah.
Abby?
Well, I didn't think that, I didn't have concerns before
Val said that, but now I want to make sure I don't do something stupid.
You know what? I'm gonna propose something.
No, I want to go through this whole exercise. I think this is,
Okay, but
This is-
the railing comes into play in the landscape, but it's attached to the architecture, so it's the third application. And I think if anything is gonna draw any kind of comment,
well, my concern about bringing up the railing is that it already has drawn a comment, and it's going to add to concerns here, none of which are based on anything that's within our purview. So it's just going to exacerbate the situation, and we're going to spend a half an hour talking about something that has nothing to do with our purview. So I'm going to go back to the discussion on the hot tub, which is not a permanent structure and part of the landscape, which is blocked from visibility. And I'm going to go to Abby.
All right, if it's blocked from visibility, then we don't have purview over it, so.
Yeah, and I just add to that, it's blocked by existing conditions. It's not like a recent subdivision down in town where someone wanted to add vegetative blocking. Angus?
I don't have any concerns.
Okay. Given the site conditions, I don't have any concerns, given with what's proposed visually. Given the fact that it is not actually an attachment to the structure, I don't have any concerns about the integrity of the structure. What would we like to do?
I move to approve the patio as submitted.
And the hot tub?
What? And the hot tub.
Yeah.
Okay. So the
hardscape
landscape
plan.
features, yes.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Not saying anything? Aye.
Is that a yes or no?
I'll just sit off it.
That's an abstain.
So you
Yeah,
wanna
abstain.
Okay, now let's go on to the alterations, please. I'm waiting for mine to load. Okay, Alex, please describe the work and then point us through the elevations.
Okay, we're adding an egress stair from below. There is a railing. We, in this drawing, have proposed a new wood railing at the existing porch, and I'll go through that. And then we're changing the windows to simulated divided light windows by Tischler and restoring, if you will, the in elevation, proposed elevation north. You're seeing the porch posts in the foreground, but in the background, those are two windows, doors, I'm sorry, windows, I call them windows, doors that Venturi had originally planned for this house. It had been subsequently modified. Bob Venturi was actually a friend of mine, and he gave me the original set of these drawings from, I guess, 20 years ago when we worked on 63 Pocomo. So I'm going back to his original drawing. And the reason I'll speak to the rail, because I know there's some concern that's been voiced about the railing. In these original drawings, Robert Venturi had drawn a pipe rail for this house. And he then subsequently, I think, built it as it is currently with the pressure treated.
I can't either.
Alex, I'm sorry, I got to interrupt. I can hear you, but you really got to do something to turn up your volume here.
I'm really sorry. I don't
Can you
know.
adjust the volume setting? Go
It's
to
lit-
the Zoom audio settings and adjust the volume for your microphone.
Okay. My microphone is on full
You know,
blast.
I'm catching what you're saying, but it's difficult. If there's any noise in the background, we lose you.
Oh, interesting.
I
Let-
thought you reused the original plans and so on and so forth, but.
I don't know how to turn it up, but we're literally at full volume. Yeah, I'm gonna just get really close and speak really loudly. Is this any better?
Yeah, put your hands around your mouth and direct it at the thing, at the
Okay.
microphone, please.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me any better now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, good. So the original Venturi drawings show the rail as a pipe rail system, a metal pipe rail. And I was actually interested in going back to the original pipe rail when I first saw that. I then started doing additional research, and it seems that the current rail as it exists on the house was the rail that he built with the house. So, and I thought that had been a modification that happened after the fact. Having learned that, I would propose that we keep the existing railing rather than my proposed design. The proposed design was a modification of one of Venturi's details near the front door, it was like a grill. But I don't need to do that. I think if Venturi ended up with the railing system that is on the house originally, which he did, he must have made a modification during construction, which I didn't know about, I would propose to leave it. This is a extremely important house to me and to my client. And there is nothing that we want to do wrong. And I think changing something that's original fabric here in a prominent portion of the house, the porch, is unnecessary. So I'm fine to go back to what's existing on the railing.
Thank you, Alex. Anything else on the changes? No? Okay. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These two vacation cottages on a moor by the sea in Nantucket for two families. The larger house is a complex and contradictory. The smaller house is more ordinary. The homes are sited to as look forward on the water, first seen from the rear, and they are set far enough apart to create a sense of openness, yet close enough to perceived as a pier. They fit into the environment because they are like the old fishermen's cottages of that island and like the 19th century shingle-style vacation houses of New England too, weathered gray to mold into the gray and green foliage and soft blue seascape, Quote, that was from Stephen Prokoff. He wrote A Generation of Architecture. To go back to comments that MPT provided, I'm glad to hear the railing is going to stay in situ. Because that was very simplistic, and appreciate that. Thank you. The basement windows, the curved window on the south elevation of the house is singular and character defining. To repeat that curved window in a basement detracts from the singularity of the southeast window. Strongly recommend the new basement windows to be simpler rectangular windows. And then the basement itself, the basement plan needs to show structure. There are two columns on the ground floor, one freestanding and one embedded in the kitchen wall that pick up the loads from the cantilevered second and third floors. The supports are not shown on the proposed basement. How will those loads be protected during the move and once the house is down on the new foundation? These are comments from MPT, and I echo their comments. I do respectfully request, again, there was no historic information. Of course, those of us that know this building know the history, but it needs to be on the COA. So, Mr. Chair, if you're so inclined to approve, we need to have that on the COA. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, who'd like to begin? Ray.
I can. So I agree in concept with Holly's comments regarding the basement sash. You know, the singular eyebrow type window and all that. However, we have to keep in mind that all of this is subgrade and keep in mind our purview. You know, I think Alex has done a very good job of researching this. I'm not going to second guess what he's putting in as a basement sash, I guess is the best way to put it. So I'm okay with this part too.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Abby?
I just think it's odd. I would just do something simple, even though no one's going to see it. I just think it's an eyebrow window down there is kind of weird.
Okay. Angus?
I agree with Ray. I think, it's beyond our purview. This is a very important structure, and I believe that it's being treated with a great deal of sensitivity. I also appreciate the drawing of the the element of that, that sort of screen fence that happens, that's thick at the bottom and then thins out at the top, and transferring that onto the, for the new railing, it makes it consistent to bring it up onto the porch, but I figure in the research of this, that there was meaning in that, whether it was part of the original plan. It sounds like there was, the original plan was 3 pipes or 2 pipes, but I'm not sure how that's going to work with the areaway protection, because it wouldn't meet code. So I thought that this was a resourceful way to sort of integrate a design that was already part of this. So, you know, if, I guess my question is, if it changes from what's proposed, you know, what does that railing end up looking like around the areaway? And that's through the chair to Alex.
Alex, did you catch that?
Yes, I did. That's a great point, Angus, because what we ended up, one of the reasons we ended up with this proposed rail at the porch was exactly what you said. It doesn't meet code at the areaway. So the areaway, I would frankly have to draw, I would assume I would lean towards something like what we have, even with the other rail going to the existing condition at the porch. I don't think it's inconsistent with the house to show or make distinct this new work at the rail. As Venturi would often say, that, you know, messy is good, right? Well, this is messy in a clear way, in that we have code restrictions that have changed since he did this house, and it's okay to express that. Having said that, I would like to look at, you know, maybe I would change the density of the pickets a little bit, or maybe add a horizontal member, much like your type 2 fence, if you will, where you express horizontals behind a vertical, but still keep this consistent with the vocabulary of the Venturi grid on the front of the house, and have it reappear. So that's my take on this. I think that's the way I'd probably approach it. Clear, you know, make clear what's different.
It almost sounds like he's requesting us to request revisions. It kind of sounds that way.
Yeah, well, I want to finish with, I would like to make my comments and then we can go from there. I'm fine with the rail as it exists. At final inspection, you know, you need to have some plexiglass there, it would meet code compliance, that would be resolved. You're welcome to make revisions, and it sounds like you've got some ideas, Alex, so I think we'd all be glad to see them. And Ray, you want to make that motion?
Sure. My motion would be for looking for some revisions on the egress for the basement.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you so much. All right, that concludes the festivities for this evening. We are going to
little short.
look for, just in case anybody wonders, our next meeting is September 10th at 4 p.m. It'll be old business.
Are we ever going to have a organizational meeting?
No,
Okay.
never again. No, let's put it on our agenda to discuss the next one. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, thank you so much.
Good night, everyone.